Presente el ciudadano Nicolás Maduro Moros, presidente constitucional de la República Bolivariana de Venezuela, acompañado de los jefes de Estado y de Gobierno integrantes del ALBA-TCP. Manuel Díaz-Canel, presidente de la República de Cuba. Luis Arce, presidente del Estado Plurinacional de Bolivia. Daniel Ortega Saavedra, presidente de la República de Nicaragua. Roosevelt Skerrit, primer ministro de la Mancomunidad de Dominica. Gaston Brown, primer ministro de Antigua y Barbuda. Raúl González, primer ministro de San Vicente y las Granadinas. Denzil Douglas, ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de San Cristóbal y Nieves. Lenus Andrews, ministro para Desarrollo Económico, Planificación, Turismo de Grenada. Claudius Francis, presidente de la Asamblea Parlamentaria de Santa Lucía. Gerardo Torres Zelaya, vicecanciller de la República de Honduras. Riyad Malki, asesor del presidente de Estado para Asuntos Internacionales y enviado especial del Estado de Palestina. Excelentísimo señor Leslie David, embajador de la República de Haití. Jorge Arriaza, secretario ejecutivo de la Alianza para los Pueblos de Nuestra América, ALBA-TCP. Y Raúl Licausi, presidente del Banco del ALBA y viceministro para el... Señoras y señores, tengan todas y todos muy buenas tardes. Sean bienvenidos a la 24ª Cumbre de Jefes de Estado y de Gobierno del ALBA-TCP, el abrazo que marca nuestra historia, en el marco de los 20 años de su creación.
Chávez vive con Simón, Chávez vive con Simón, Martí Fidel luz divina, Martí Fidel luz divina y reina la integración, ahí en la América Latina.
Aquel diciembre sería, aquel diciembre sería 2004 avasallante. 2004 avasallante y el 14 fue el gran día que nace el alba triunfante.
Somos fuerza y cohesión, somos fuerza y cohesión de sentir nacionalista. Lo de sentir nacionalista, 20 años de fundación. Hay de países socialistas, ay Dios.
Ante cualquier tempestad, ante cualquier tempestad, elevamos la conciencia. Elevamos la conciencia, tenemos identidad con total independencia.
Somos luz de la esperanza, sol de un nuevo amanecer. Juntos podemos crecer, el alba es nuestra alianza.
El alba es la alianza para los pueblos, fuerza de nuestros gobiernos, en una sola hermandad, latir de la humanidad, soplando los nuevos vientos en busca de nuevos tiempos, paz, progreso y unidad. Raíz, tronco, ramas, flores, lo político integral, económico y social, semillas de sus creadores.
Raíz, tronco, ramas, flores, lo político integral, económico y social, semillas de sus creadores.
El alba es la alianza para los pueblos, fuerza de nuestros gobiernos, en una sola hermandad, latir de la humanidad, soplando los buenos vientos en busca de buenos tiempos, paz, progreso y unidad.
Seguimos haciendo historia, los pueblos comprometidos, y continuamos unidos luchando por la victoria.
Seguimos haciendo historia, los pueblos comprometidos, y continuamos unidos luchando por la victoria. La alianza para los pueblos, fuerza de nuestros gobiernos, en una sola hermandad, latir de la humanidad, soplando los buenos vientos en busca de nuevos tiempos, paz, progreso y unidad. Somos luz de la esperanza, sol de un nuevo amanecer, y así lo dijo Fidel, el alba es nuestra alianza.
Ay, somos sol de la esperanza, sol de un nuevo amanecer, y así lo dijo Fidel, la alianza es nuestra alianza.
El alba es la alianza para los pueblos, fuerza de nuestros gobiernos, en una sola hermandad, latir de la humanidad, soplando los buenos vientos en busca de nuevos tiempos, paz, progreso y unidad.
Somos el alba.
Somos el alba.
Ay, somos la luz que nos guía, somos la luz que nos guía, somos fuerza y hermandad.
Somos el alba. Ay, somos fuerza y hermandad con la espiritualidad que tiene la gente mía. Somos el alba.
Ay, son 20 años
años de andanza, son 20 años de andanza que cuenta su fundación.
Somos el ALBA. Ay, que cuenta su fundación, siendo un mismo corazón que late con esperanza. Somos el ALBA.
Ay, y en la unión está la fuerza, y en la unión está la fuerza, si lo digo Simón.
Somos el ALBA. Ay, y así lo dijo Simón, por eso la creación del ALBA que fortaleza. Somos el ALBA.
Ay, y América y el Caribe, América y el Caribe al llamado han acudido.
Somos el ALBA. Ay, y al llamado han acudido, y con los pueblos unidos en la fuerza que prosigue. Somos el ALBA.
Hugo Chávez lo soñó.
Somos el ALBA. Y Fidel fue visionario. Somos el ALBA.
Juan General Sandino.
Somos el ALBA. Hombre revolucionario. Somos el ALBA.
Un nuevo mundo es posible.
Somos el ALBA. Porque juntos avanzamos. Somos el
Y en la unión está la fuerza.
Somos el ALBA. Y a la unión nos aferramos. Somos el ALBA.
Porque somos pueblos libres.
Somos el ALBA. Pueblos libres soberanos. Somos el ALBA.
Siempre unidos venceremos.
Somos el ALBA. Y así lo hemos demostrado. Somos el ALBA.
Viva, viva Venezuela.
Somos el ALBA. Presente el pueblo cubano. Somos el ALBA.
Nicaragua y Dominica.
Somos el ALBA. Y el terruño boliviano. Somos el
San
ALBA.
Vicente y la Granadina.
Somos el ALBA. Viva Antigua y Barbuda. Somos el ALBA.
Cristóbal y Nieves.
Somos el ALBA. Granada y Santa Lucía. Somos el ALBA.
Alianza para los pueblos.
Somos el ALBA.
Somos el ALBA.
Somos el ALBA.
Somos el ALBA, composición musical inédita para celebrar los 20 años del ALBA-TCP. Compositores: Francisco Pacheco, Javier Marín y Dalmiro Malaver. Una fusión entre la Orquesta Sinfónica Francisco de Miranda con la vibrante energía de la música afro-latinoamericana y caribeña. En las voces de Francisco Pacheco y Luisana Pérez. En la dirección, Javier Marín, Grupo Ensamble Venezolano. Manuel Moreno, Grupo Herencia. Y Andrés Díaz, Orquesta Sinfónica. Proyección audiovisual en conmemoración de los 20 años del ALBA-TCP. Un abrazo, un legado.
Hay 4.000 millones de personas en el mundo en la pobreza.
No se puede hablar de paz en nombre de decenas de millones de seres humanos que mueren cada año de hambre o enfermedades curables en todo el mundo.
Los bosques desaparecen, los desiertos se extienden.
No se puede hablar de paz en nombre de 900 millones de analfabetos.
La injusticia que hay en el capitalismo, las desigualdades sobre todo que hay en el capitalismo. La presencia del millonario y la del pordiosero. La presencia del que tiene palacio y de los que tiene que dormir debajo de un puente.
Igual que hace 500 años se llevaban la materia prima, hoy se la siguen llevando de la misma forma.
At this hour, American and coalition forces are in the early stages of military operations to disarm Iraq and to defend the world from grave danger. The United States military has begun strikes against allied
Estos bombardeos, estos impactos de bomba en todas partes de Bagdad.
Era diciembre de 1994 y me fui a La Habana con un corazón lleno de sueños.
Yo creo que el ALBA comenzó con ese abrazo.
Vamos a crear algo, me dice. ¿Qué nombre le ponemos, Chávez, a lo que vamos a inventar? Estaba saliendo el sol y yo pensando tal y de repente le digo, se me ocurre un nombre. ALBA. Está saliendo el alba, mira el sol. ALBA, ¿y qué significaría? Alternativa Bolivariana.
Un proyecto revolucionario latinoamericano, imbuidos como estamos desde siglos hace en la idea de un continente hispanoamericano, latinoamericano y caribeño integrado como una sola nación que somos.
Por más dificultades que nos ponga al frente el imperialismo y su cipayo, nosotros por sobre todo, como la misión Milagro, 1 millón de vistas de sol y de esperanza.
Médicos y no bombas, médicos y no armas inteligentes de certera puntería.
Nos sentimos de todos los tiempos y de todos los lugares. Y andamos como el viento tras esa semilla que aquí cayó un día y aquí en terreno fértil retoñó y se levanta.
Fácil camino es el camino de morir por una idea. Difícil camino es el camino de hacer triunfar una idea.
¿Qué menos podemos hacer nosotros y qué menos puede hacer la izquierda de América Latina que crear una conciencia en favor de la unidad?
Ambos gobiernos firmarán esta noche una declaración conjunta sobre el ALBA y un acuerdo bilateral para comenzar su aplicación que harán historia.
Ese es el proyecto alternativo al proyecto perverso y colonial y neocolonial del ALCA que nos quieren imponer desde hace tantos años.
El siglo que viene para nosotros es el siglo de la esperanza. Es nuestro siglo. Es el siglo de la resurrección del sueño bolivariano, del sueño de Martí, del sueño latinoamericano.
Estaremos aquí siempre. Y cuando ya no nos sea permitido estar físicamente, estaremos en ustedes, muchachos, y en los hijos que ustedes van a tener libres y grandes sobre esta tierra.
Las ideas justas viven, los valores viven.
Que Bolívar despierta cada 100 años, para que despierta el pueblo. Estamos en una era de despertares, de resurrecciones, de pueblos, de fuerza y de esperanza.
En Cuba decimos patria o muerte. Aquí me atrevo a decir América Latina unida. Aquí lo que hay es un pueblo libre y una patria soberana.
And a sovereign homeland. There is plenty of heroism here. There are plenty of people here because Latin America awakens, Latin America rises, and the peoples of Latin America will write in this century the greatest pages of all its history. Next, address by Nicolás Maduro Moros, Constitutional President of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Such a beautiful way. We have conceived the public startup of this historic and powerful summit to commemorate 20 years of battles, of victories, and of hopes of the peoples of the Bolivarian Alliance of the Peoples for Our America. From our America, with our America. I would like to thank for the cultural expressions, beautiful expressions from the Symphonic Orchestra Francisco de Miranda, from the Simon Bolivar Orchestra system, to the boys, girls present here, all of the musicians. Great applause for them. They are the golden generation
de la cultura, de la música de
of
nuestra
culture,
América.
of music, of America.
Agradecer también a los
I would
compositores,
also like to thank
estas dos
the
canciones.
composers of the two songs
a
that
los
were played,
ejecutores
and the executors as well, the composers
de esta canción hermosa que hay que
of these
traducir
very beautiful songs that need to be
a todos
translated
los idiomas,
in every language,
al inglés,
to English,
al francés,
to French,
al portugués
Portuguese,
y a todos los idiomas,
to every language.
porque esta
because this song has the force of universal language, the language of love among the peoples. Thank you, Francisco Pacheco, Andrés Nieves,
Javier Marín,
Javier Marín, Armando Moreno,
y a este cuerpo de bailarines,
and the whole body of dancers,
a los tambores. ¿Cómo fue que sonaron esos tambores?
the drums.
Esos tambores llegaron a Junín.
Those drums came
Esos
to Junín.
tambores llegaron a Ayacucho.
They came
Así
to
que
Ayacucho.
cuando suenan los tambores
So when the drums
de
sound
nuestros pueblos
of our
profundos
peoples,
africanos,
of the
son los
African
tambores
people,
de la libertad,
these are the
de la
drums of
esperanza,
freedom,
de la
the
vida, de
drums
la
of
paz.
hope, of life and peace.
Tenía que ser así.
It had to be this way.
Y este hermoso video que deberíamos nosotros compartirnos por
And
las
that
redes
beautiful
sociales
video, I think it should be
y darle
shared
like
via social media, so everybody can like it and share it.
en todas las redes sociales que hoy
In
existen,
all the social media that we have today,
que son dominantes
which are
y hegemónicas,
ever present, they are
debemos dar
hegemonic,
la batalla
and we have to
de la
wage a
vida
battle of
y
life,
de la verdad.
and
Y no solo dar la batalla,
not only wage that
ganarla
battle, but
todos
win
los días.
that battle every single
La
day.
batalla en las calles,
The battle on the
en
streets,
las redes,
on the social
en
media,
los medios,
the
en
traditional
las
media,
paredes
on the walls,
y sobre todo en la conciencia
and
y en la
especially
espiritualidad de
in the
nuestro pueblo.
consciousness and the spirituality of our peoples.
Igualmente quiero saludar
I would also like to greet
todas las delegaciones,
all of the
presidentes, primeros
delegations,
ministros,
presidents,
jefes
prime
de
ministers,
delegación
heads of
de
delegations
nuestra hermana Cuba,
of the sister republic of
Bolivia,
Cuba, Bolivia,
Nicaragua,
Dominica,
Antigua y Barbuda,
Antigua and Barbuda,
San Vicente y las
Saint Vincent and the
Granadinas, San
Grenadines,
Cristóbal y
Saint
Nieves,
Kitts and Nevis,
Grenada,
Grenada,
Santa Lucía,
Saint Lucia,
que junto a Venezuela
that
conformamos
with Venezuela
esta poderosa alianza de paz y de
have
vida,
integrated its powerful
cooperación y
alliance
esperanza,
of life, of
de
cooperation and
presente pero
hope,
sobre todo de futuro.
of present
Y
but
a nuestros
especially
invitados
future,
especiales,
and our special guest,
especialísimos, nuestra
very
hermana
special guest,
Haití.
our sister nation of
Un
Haiti.
saludo a Haití. Haití renacerá
Raised to Haiti.
de las
Haiti will be
cenizas.
reborn from the ashes.
Un saludo muy especial a la delegación de
Special
Honduras,
greetings to the delegation
encabezada
of
por su
Honduras,
vicecanciller.
led by the deputy
Saludo a la
foreign minister.
presidenta Xiomara
Greetings to the
Castro
president Xiomara
y al
Castro
gran líder Mel
and to the
Zelaya.
great leader Mel
Y
Zelaya.
también está de manera muy especial
And as well we
presente
have
la delegación
the presence
de Palestina,
of the delegation
compañero
of
Riyad
Palestine.
Maliki,
Riyad Maliki,
asesor internacional, es canciller de
international
Palestina.
advisor. He is the foreign minister of Palestine.
Un saludo al secretario general del ALBA,
Greetings to the
compañero Jorge Arriaza.
executive secretary of ALBA, Jorge
También
Arriaza.
he invitado a un conjunto de
I
embajadores,
have also
embajadoras,
invited a group of ambassadors present today,
a los vicepresidentes de gobierno,
the
compañero
vice
Diosdado
presidents of
Cabello,
government,
Héctor
Diosdado
Rodríguez,
Cabello, Héctor
general en jefe
Rodríguez,
Vladimir Padrino,
General-in-Chief
compañero
Padrino,
Ricardo Menéndez,
Ricardo Menéndez,
vicepresidentes de gobierno,
vice presidents
revolucionario de
of
Venezuela,
the revolutionary
la
government of
profesora
Venezuela,
Gabriela Jiménez,
Professor Gabriela
al general
Jiménez,
Jorge Márquez,
General Jorge Márquez,
la vicepresidenta Delcy no
Vice
vino
President
porque ella no
Delcy
para
could
de
not
viajar.
attend because she's traveling non-stop.
Es demasiado inquieta
She's restless.
y hoy anda recorriendo campos
So she
petroleros
is going
en el
through
oriente del país.
oil fields in
Desde
the
aquí le mandamos un
eastern
saludo a la
area of the
compañera
country. So
Delcy
we
Eloína
send
Rodríguez
greetings
Gómez.
to Delcy Eloína Rodríguez Gómez.
También saludo de manera muy especial
A very special greeting
los
as
líderes
well
y lideresas
to the men and women leaders
más de 80
of
movimientos
over
sociales
80 social
de más de
movements
30 países de
from
América
over
Latina y el
30
Caribe,
countries of Latin America and the
presentes
Caribbean
aquí.
present here today.
Líderes de clase obrera,
Leaders
campesinos,
of the working
pescadores,
class,
mujeres,
farmers,
juventudes,
fishermen,
barrios.
youth, women,
Ahí están las banderas,
neighborhoods. We
todas
see
las banderas
all
unidas,
of their flags,
todos
all of
los
their flags
pueblos
united,
unidos
all of the peoples united.
que han desarrollado importantes
They have developed
deliberaciones
very important discussions and deliberations in preparation for the issues that will be decided today in this 24th summit of ALBA-TCP. I have also invited
Mayor Superior de la Fuerza Armada
the
Nacional
highest rank of the
Bolivariana,
National Bolivarian
General
Army
Padrino,
Forces,
General Hernández Lare,
General
a
Padrino,
los
General
comandantes del
Hernández Lares, the
Ejército,
commanders
Armada,
of the
Aviación,
Army, the Navy,
Guardia Nacional y
Aviation,
Milicia
National
Nacional
Guard, and
Bolivariana,
National Militia,
a los jefes de la Policía Nacional Bolivariana,
the chiefs of the
en la
National
poderosa
Bolivarian Police,
fusión
in the powerful
popular, militar, policial, revolucionaria
fusion of the
y
people,
bolivariana
the
de Venezuela.
military, and the
Para
police
nosotros
in Venezuela.
es una gran felicidad
For us, it is a
hacer esta cumbre
reason of happiness
donde
to hold this summit
conmemoramos
in which we commemorate
los 20 años
the 20th
de aquel
anniversary
paso gigante
of that giant step
que se dio en La Habana
that was taken in Havana
un 14 de diciembre del año
on December 14,
2004.
2004.
Apenas empezaba este siglo XXI.
21st century was only starting.
Se habían encontrado en La Habana también los comandantes
In
Fidel
Havana,
Castro Ruz
Fidel Castro Ruz
y Hugo Rafael Chávez
and
Frías.
Hugo Rafael Chávez Frías
Con
had
motivo
encounter
de que se estaba cumpliendo 10 años
because
exactos
they were celebrating 10 exact
del primer
years
abrazo
from the first
que
embrace
se dieron por aquellos días. Una
that
noche
took place
fría
on a
del
very cold
diciembre
night
habanero
on December in Havana,
del 13 de diciembre de
December 13,
1994 y aquella
1994.
madrugada larga y aquel
And a
amanecer
very
del
long
14 de
morning
diciembre
and the
de
sunrise on December 14
1994
of
en que
1994
estos dos gigantes
when these two
que encarnaron
giants
y encarnan
who
los
incarnated
sueños
and
históricos
still incarnate
del
the
legado de los
historic
libertadores
dreams
y de
of the
nuestro pueblo
legacy of the liberators and
encontraron
our people.
para unirse ellos
They
para
met
siempre
to be
y para
united
unir los sueños de
forever
combate
and to
antiimperialista y
unite the dreams
anticolonialista
against imperialism
todo
and
nuestro
against
pueblo.
colonialism of all of our peoples.
Hemos estado en tiempos de conmemoración.
We have been in times of commemoration.
Tenemos a uno de los testigos de aquel abrazo,
We have one of the witnesses of that embrace,
de aquel encuentro,
that
13,
encounter
14,
on the
15 de
13th, 14th, and 15th of
donde aquel
December,
joven comandante valiente,
where the young, brave
revolucionario,
commander and revolutionary
sueño de ir
commander
por
was
primera vez
fulfilling his dream
físicamente
of
a Cuba,
traveling for the
aunque
first
como él
time
lo
to
dijera,
Cuba.
había viajado
Although, as
muchas
he
veces
said,
en sueños
he had
a
been
la
there
Sierra
many
Maestra,
times in his dreams,
a La Habana, a
to
Santiago,
Sierra Maestra, to Havana,
Pinar
to
del Río.
Santiago, to Pinar del Río.
y se cumplió ese sueño.
So he realized
Fue una
his dream
invitación que le hizo
thanks to an
el
invitation
historiador de La Habana,
made by the historian of Havana,
Eusebio Leal,
Eusebio Leal,
y la sorpresa que siempre el comandante Chávez comentaba,
and Commander Chavez
Era
would always said
una vez que aterrizó el
that
avión
when
en La Habana,
the plane landed in Havana,
él se disponía a bajar.
he was
Cuando
going
lo llamaron,
to
por
get off
favor,
the plane,
acompáñenos, pero
and they
nadie le
told him,
dijo,
please
¿para qué?
come with us, and nobody
usted
told
baje
him
de
why.
primero.
And he said, why?
Y cuando se asomó
So
a la
you can leave
ventanilla de la
the
escalera,
plane first. And
del
when he
avión en
looked
la
out the
puerta,
window of the plane,
vio el gigante
he
ya,
saw right at the
al
door
caballo,
the
vestido con su
giant
verde
one,
oliva. Era
dressed in
Fidel
olive
Castro
green.
Ruz esperándolo
He was
en
Fidel Castro Ruz,
suelo cubano. Así que la
waiting for
primera
him
vez que
in
tocó
Cuban
suelo
soil.
cubano,
So the first
nuestro
time
comandante eterno
our commander touched
recibió el abrazo del
Cuban
gigante
soil,
de los
he
siglos.
received the embrace of the giant of
El
the
hombre que
centuries.
levantó y encarnó
That man who incarnated
el sueño, las ideas y
the
el
dream, the
espíritu inmortal
ideas
de José
of
Martí,
the
de
immortal
Antonio
spirit of
Maceo,
José Martí, of Antonio Maceo,
de Céspedes.
of Céspedes.
El hombre que levantó por toda América la bandera de la
The man
dignidad y la
who
valentía.
was raising the flag of dignity and bravery
estaban,
all across
juntos.
Latin America. They were there together.
Que hablaron los compromisos, los sueños.
And they talked about their commitments,
Y con el
their
pasar del
dreams.
tiempo,
And with the passing of time,
10 años después,
10 years later,
ya habían madurado la idea de
the
impulsar
idea
nuevos procesos
of driving new
unionistas
processes for unity
de toda nuestra América.
of our America
así fue.
had already matured.
¿Cómo exactamente?
So
A
this
esta
is
hora,
how it happened.
de un 14 de diciembre del año 2004,
Exactly on December
apenas
14,
despuntando
2004,
el amanecer del siglo XXI,
at the rise of dawn of the
Cuba
21st
y
century,
Venezuela,
Cuba
Fidel y
and
Chávez
Venezuela,
firmaron
Fidel
el
and Chávez
documento
signed
fundacional
the
de la Alianza
foundational
Bolivariana para
document
los
of the
pueblos
Bolivarian
de nuestra
Alliance for the
América.
peoples of our America.
Hemos tenido una reunión,
We had a meeting,
como siempre hacemos,
as
en
we
privado,
usually do. We have a private meeting
de 1 hora y media, 2 horas,
for an
para
hour and a half,
compartir
2 hours,
impresiones,
to share
reflexiones,
our
criterios
impressions, our reflections,
sobre
our criteria
la evolución de los
about
acontecimientos,
the evolution
sobre el
of
desarrollo de nuestras
everything
luchas,
that is happening, about the
sobre
development
los cambios
of our
geopolíticos
struggles,
en el
about the
nacimiento de un mundo
geopolitical
nuevo,
changes
de un
since
nuevo
the
mundo,
birth of the new world.
como dijera Bolívar, como dijera
As
Chávez,
Bolivar said,
del
as
nuevo
Chavez
mundo.
said, the new world.
Hemos coincidido en la visión
We have
de
agreed
que se ha abierto
in
una
the
gran
vision
oportunidad
that
para
there is
la
an
humanidad
opportunity for
de
humanity
vivir
as a whole
por primera vez
to
en
live
su
for
historia
the first
milenaria
time
un
in its
tiempo
millennial
sin
history,
hegemones,
a time
sin imperios,
without hegemonism, without
colonialismo.
empires, without colonialism.
Las fuerzas de la vieja
The
civilización
forces
imperial
of the
colonial de
old
Occidente
imperial colonial civilization
se
from the
niegan
West
a aceptar
refuse
el derecho de
to
los pueblos
accept the rights
a
of the
vivir
peoples
en independencia,
to live
en
in
soberanía,
independence, in sovereignty,
a construir sus propios
to
modelos
build
de
their own
igualdad,
models
de
of
justicia,
equality,
de
of
democracia, de
justice, of
libertad.
democracy, of freedom.
No es nuevo,
This is not new.
que siempre se han negado.
They have always
Está en
refused.
sus genes,
It is in their
en su
genes,
esencia.
in their essence.
Pero el amanecer de una esperanza
But the
de un nuevo
dawn
mundo
of hope
es ya
and of a
una
new
realidad.
world is already a
Y
reality.
la Alianza Bolivariana para los
And the
Pueblos del
Bolivarian
Mundo
Alliance for the
nació
Peoples of
hace
the World
20 años
was born
para
20
empujar
years
los
ago.
tiempos históricos en la construcción de un
Push
mundo
this historic time
multipolar,
in the construction of a
pluricéntrico, sin
multipolar,
hegemones,
multicentric world
de
without
igualdad, de
hegemonism,
respeto,
with
el
equality,
equilibrio del mundo.
respect, the balance of the world,
para construirlo.
to build this world.
Y vaya que se ha avanzado.
And how we have moved forward.
Tuvimos una primera etapa
We had a first
maravillosa
stage that was wonderful
de concreción
for
de un camino de justicia, de
the
igualdad,
concretion of a path of
de equilibrio,
justice,
de
of
estabilidad.
equality, balance, and stability.
El nacimiento del ALBA
The birth of ALBA
significó
meant
la creación
the
de los más
creation
poderosos programas y
of the
misiones
most
económicas y
powerful programs and
que
social
jamás,
and economic
como lo
missions
decía el presidente Díaz-Canel
that, as
en
President
la reunión en
Díaz-Canel
privado,
said in
que
our
jamás
private meeting,
se hayan visto
that
en ningún
the world never
mecanismo
saw
de
in
integración
any mechanism
subregional
of integration,
o regional
sub-regional
en
or
nuestra América,
regional,
y yo agregaría,
not in our America,
permite el
and
presidente.
I would add, if the President allows me,
ni en el mundo,
not even in the world.
unirnos para alfabetizar a nuestra América.
Uniting ourselves
Jamás
to
nadie lo hizo, el
give
ALBA lo
literacy
hizo.
to our America, nobody did
programa
this,
cubano
but
Yo Sí
ALBA
Puedo.
did it. With the Cuban program, I can do it. Yo sí puedo.
Unirnos para la salud,
Uniting
para
ourselves
multiplicar
to
médicos y
provide
médicas
health,
en los
to
barrios,
multiply doctors
para
in the
recuperar la
neighborhoods,
visión
to
de
recover
millones
the sights
de hermanos
of
latinoamericanos y
millions of
caribeños
Latin Americans,
con la misión
Caribbean brothers
Milagro.
and sisters with the miracle mission.
Solo el ALBA
Only
lo ha hecho
ALBA did it,
y lo volverá a hacer.
and it will do it again.
Más de 9 millones
over 9 million people from Latin America and the Caribbean, from humble origins, have recovered their sight thanks to the miracle mission created by Fidel and Chavez. And in ALBA, we also created, in that wonderful stage of the Bolivarian spring of the 21st century, it also created the program for energy safety, for financial stability, for economic support, the most powerful one ever seen in the world, the Great Petrocaribe, which lifted the whole region of the Caribbean and Latin America. Here we have our brothers and sisters of Haiti. When Petrocaribe was not attacked and sanctioned by the American Empire, we can remember the role that Petrocaribe played in all of the Caribbean, but particularly in Haiti. Dear Presidents, Prime Ministers, I was a witness as the Foreign Minister of Commander Chavez. I went to Haiti and I knew Haiti in depth. I went there several times. And the Haitian people loves us. I can tell you that. They love us, and we love these people of Alexander Petion. And we gave them 4 ships, 6,000 weapons and soldiers, so that Bolívar could return to found the Second Republic, that from the island of Margarita and from the Orinoco River built the armies that 200 years ago liberated South America. Our gratitude and love for Haiti is absolute, is total. And I can tell you that our brothers of the Caribbean will return. The times of peace, work, and prosperity for Haiti will return. This is one of the big commitments of ALBA today, to support Haiti beyond the beyond our limitations, so that Haiti can recover its path of peace, stability, democracy, and can recover the levels of social and economic development that were achieved with the support of Petrocaribe from 2004 to 2014. Apparently, we have a message from the President of Haiti. Foreign Minister.
Canciller está pariendo. El presidente del Consejo Presidencial, Leslie Voltaire, nos ha enviado a su canciller
the Presidential
presente,
Council has
y
sent
además
the Minister of
nos
Foreign
ha
Affairs,
enviado un mensaje
and they have also sent a very beautiful message of commitment with the struggles of the peoples of the Bolivarian Alliance for the peoples of America. Do we have that message? Let's play the video.
14 de diciembre
Today,
de
December 14 of 2024, we want to celebrate the 20th anniversary of ALBA-TCP. And we also would like to salute all of the heads of state and government, without exception, who participated in the creation of ALBA-TCP.
Nosotros, los haitianos,
We, Haitians,
queremos agradecer
want to
la
thank
ayuda
for
que
the
nos
help
dieron en el
that was
terremoto de
provided
2010,
during the
en lo
earthquake
social,
of 2010
en la agricultura
in the social,
y en
agricultural
los
areas,
desastres y riesgos.
as well
Estamos ahora en
in case
Haití
of disasters
en
and
una
risks.
problemática
In
de
Haiti,
violencia
we have a
de las
problem of
pandillas
violence,
armadas
of
que
armed gangs
terrorizan a la
that are
población.
terrifying the
Y
population.
por eso estamos llamando
For this reason,
a los hermanos del ALBA
we are calling upon
para
our
que nos
brothers
ayuden
of ALBA to
en
help us
seguridad y también en
to provide
asistencia
security
alimentaria,
and
porque
food
hay
assistance,
6
because
millones
we have
de haitianos que
6
ahora
million
pasan
Haitians
hambre en
that
este
are
periodo
going
de
hungry
Navidad.
in this
Muchísimas
time
gracias.
of life. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias al presidente
Thank you President Leslie Voltaire
Presidencial de Transición
of the Presidential Council of Transition.
ya tiene instrucciones precisas
ALBA has already very precise instructions to make all the possible progress to support Haiti, that has been a victim for centuries of the aggression and invasion, mistreatment of colonialism in all its forms. It is like a vengeance from the imperial superpowers against the Jacobin blacks who made possible that great Haitian revolution at the end of the 17th century, the beginning of the 18th century. That was an example, an inspiration, and a refuge for our liberators. Francisco de Miranda was there. This flag that you see here, yellow, blue, and red, ambassador, presidents, prime ministers, heads of delegation. This flag was designed by the great liberator Francisco de Miranda, and he was also the creator of the concept of Colombia as the construction of a South American superpower, free and independent superpower. And the first time this flag was raised was on March 12, 1806, in a Haitian harbor. Because Francisco de Miranda made it the standard of the armed group, the army that came from Haiti, supported by the Haitian Revolution, armed by the Haitian Revolution. That first feat of Francisco de Miranda was not successful, but after this, Bolivar took this flag to use it as the flag of the United Liberating Army that went through the battlefields of Venezuela, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Bolivia, and beyond. Today, it is the flag of Ecuador, our sister nation of Ecuador, the Ecuador of La Vía Faro, of Manuelita Sáenz, libertarian Ecuador, that will recover its path, and the sister nation of Colombia, Nariño, Ricaurte, of Bolivar, the founder, and of Venezuela. We share this flag, as Central America shares the colors of their flags as well. As a libertarian inheritance. So ALBA had a spring stage with educational programs, healthcare programs, the creation of a common currency. It was a monetary essay, very ambitious. It was successful. Sucre, among other achievements and advancements. We saw progress in culture, Ernesto Villegas. I saw you arrive. You just arrived, huh? Advancements in the culture of our people to rescue our identity. And many, many other achievements. And then they were missiles from the criminal sanctions. But we stood firmly, even though we were harmed. There is no doubt. But today, with these documents of the ALBA agenda that is going to be approved in its 20th anniversary, we are thinking about the most current issues to make a substantial progress in this new political, economic, social offensive with new programs that ALBA is going to activate from now on for a new spring of progress and unity.
We need to conduct a major communication communicational program, scheme. The first one in this new stage is a wonderful program that's been signed and triggered by ALBA countries, countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, and even a wonderful experience of having African nations adopting this new program, Agro-ALBA, to improve food production and to ensure food security. And I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the president of the Venezuelan Center for International Investment, Alex Saab, Minister Merin Fernandez, and Jorge Arriaza, that along with the ministers of the ALBA-TCP countries have been the driving force behind this program. We will spell out this program and to see how this is going to function using the productive land of various ALBA nations in order to produce beans, lentils, black beans, rice, beef, milk, eggs, okumo, batata, yam, chicken, manioc, to improve fishing, agriculture, using our wonderful resources. So we break food dependence, and we were talking about the importance of growing the organic food and then remove all the poison from our daily diet. So healthy food and long life. And this is our new philosophy. Also a new modality for Petrocaribe. And it is being headed by the Vice President, a new productive method. So together we can invest and produce oil, gas, and byproducts in joint ventures. So the large oil fields of the Faja will become the epicenter of the development of a new stage of productive Petrocaribe, preserving, of course, the basic elements of Petrocaribe that we will be able to rescue from the attacks of the missiles that we received. So we need to increase, to protect, consolidate what has remained, and then proceed with more investments, technologies. That is going to be a wonderful project, and we will continue being the common, the great homeland that we are. Also, we are moving forward on the basic elements to sign the People's Commerce Treaty and to improve the intra-American commerce process. We discussed the need, as proposed in the documents that have been presented for this summit, to go back to the platforms for currency and financial commercial exchange based on the Sucre idea. Our monetary authorities and financial authorities should implement this idea. As Lucho Arce said, Villas-Canel said, we could have compensated trade. Also, we have discussed the challenges of science and technology, artificial intelligence, social media. It has to do with the impact on our daily life, communications, telecommunications. Next to Ernesto, I can see one of a dear daughter of Hugo Chavez, Rosa Virginia Colmenares. Yes, she is there. Rosa, is that you, Rosa? No, it's not you. No, you, of course you are. Is that you? So welcome, Rosa. Also member of the orchestra system. AI. ALBA is then entering in a specific project in order to build the capabilities for AI and social network of ALBA-TCP for Latin America and the world. We need to really address this issue forcefully. And my dear professor, scientist, Gabriela Jimenez, that precisely we already have to inaugurate something that we discussed during the last summit in Havana a year ago. And it is ready. The structure is there to inaugurate with the technological tools to improve in an accelerated fashion the AI capabilities and the handling of social network, the Innovation Center, Scientific and Innovation Center for ALBA-TCP. This building is ready, and I know that my fellow heads are passionate about this topic. AI is here to stay. And we are even talking about super AI. As ALBA peoples, independent, sovereign, and revolutionary governments, we are luckily very close, and we have excellent cooperation with brothers and sisters in the world who are 1, 2, or 3 steps ahead in the field of AI. From here, I take this opportunity to greet these friends, the People's Republic of China, the Russian Federation, and the Islamic Republic of Iran. They have wonderfully developed these technologies, and they are sharing these technologies and capabilities. Today, AI is decisive in the handling of social media. We need to be clear about these topics. We need to be well versed on these topics. We need, our leaders should know these topics, and we need to discuss this with our children, with the youth. How we went from big data to AI, first generation, and we're starting the second generation and super intelligence. Did you know though? Have you heard about this? Raise the hand of those who didn't know about this. You didn't know, you didn't know about this. Don't lie. No one knew about this. This is brand new. And countries have already been characterized and segmented through WhatsApp, for instance. They have segmented all the countries, of course, on top of espionage. If you want to be spied and listen to your messages, well, continue using WhatsApp. Go ahead. Go ahead. You will be spied on if you will continue using WhatsApp. Send your videos, send your emotions. Go ahead, continue using WhatsApp. Good, good for you. I'm going to give you a decoration and a special bond, a special transfer, so you continue using WhatsApp to be spied on. Brother Maliki, they did it already. In Gaza, they did. The attacks are done through intelligent missiles. And they go straight to the WhatsApp of men, women, to destroy, to kill this population using this state-of-the-art technologies. It's in this fashion that the annihilation of more than 45,000 people, men, women, children, have been killed using artificial intelligence. And what's the response? What's the reaction of the UN and the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court? What do they say? And that the bombs continue dropping. Intelligent bombs. Criminal bombs. That annihilating, destroying the mosque, schools, refugees of innocent people. And each bomb killing one Palestinian, one girl, one boy, those bombs are also falling on the UN. They fall on the absurd theater of the diplomacy handled by the main organs of the United Nations. The UN deemed condemned as the Hitler's birth to disappear. It is doomed to disappear. We will never disappear. It's the right peoples have to peace, life, international law, and the struggle of our peoples to ensure the respect of our lives and our future. That will not disappear ever, contrary to what happened a century ago. But we are indignant to see that this technology, and it happened to Einstein, those well-versed in Einstein's life, they know what he suffered when he saw how his formulas were used to manufacture bombs, atomic bombs, to exterminate people such as Nagasaki and Hiroshima, to threaten the peoples of the world. Now, those who created AI, what do they think about the use of this technology to kill innocent Palestinians in Gaza? So let's move forward with science, technology, innovation, a new center that will be inaugurated very soon in the mountains of the Miranda state. So our scientists, our technologists, mathematicians, physicians start working on these new technologies. And sooner than later, and I'm certain about this, sooner than later, ALBA will also be a power in the use of artificial intelligence, a new social media of respect, solidarity for a new civilization of peace. Some people might say, those are impossible dreams. Just wait and see. Just wait and see. Very well. There are many topics, hot topics, there are boiling topics, connections, the air and maritime connections. We have made progress, but we still need to do more to connect better our countries. And we call upon our leaders to create the Visa ALBA Turismo, to consolidate tourist routes in ALBA. We have moved forward. We have made some progress. And we need to do more to foster tourism among us. We have talked about unity of a hemisphere of diversity. We founded Petrocaribe, and we also had the wonderful responsibility of uniting Latin America and the Caribbean from these efforts conducted by Commander Chavez. And I remember vividly, as it was yesterday, the effort made by another giant, Raúl Castro Ruz, and we greetings for him in Cuba. The huge effort made by our commander president, Daniel Ortega, who remembers vividly this summit in Cancun and the foundational summit of Caracas, that major effort. Mrs. President Xiomara Castro, the chair of CELAC, that effort resulted in CELAC. And ALBA's responsibility today is to work to ensure the success and progress of CELAC. We always say, and I'd like to reiterate this, we dream with Bolivar, Sucre, Morazán, Artigas, Sandino, Martí. We dream with the giants, Fidel, Chavez, in true union. Union and liberation of our continent. Union and liberation. Two parallel processes to achieve liberation of all the Latin American and Caribbean countries and the union of our countries in common development projects, in brotherhood and cooperation. There is no other choice. To be a colony is not an option. To become slaves again is not an option. To kneel down, to be crushed, blackmailed, to be cowed out is not an option. That is not an option for the Global South. It is not an option for Latin America and the Caribbean. Therefore, we need to go hand in hand in the liberation process. Good governments. Latin American and Caribbean Union. It is a common destiny that we cannot postpone. Therefore, if you allow me, brothers and sisters, to call for respect, unity of all the political currents of Latin America and the Caribbean, to be able to move forward and meeting again. We have always insisted on the respect of the sovereign processes of each country. You are not the owner of the barometer of democracy and freedom. It's like in Venezuela or any other country. We take a barometer to measure. Oh, you failed. You are not democratic enough. You are authoritarian. That's the vision of the imperialists. They think they are the owners of truth, the owner of the world. But us, the rebellious, the children of a courageous history of 200 years of resistance, we cannot adopt the ideologies and the cultural behavior of the empire. Those adopting those behaviors, what will they win? well, the despise, the rejection of our people. So it is based on mutual respect to the life of each country, the peculiarities of social, economic, and political, and social and cultural models. We need to go beyond differences. We need to attain union to develop our region. Union of the more revolutionary sectors, of the more independentist movement, with the ALBA, the governments, and heads with the rest of the progressive forces of Latin America and the Caribbean in a wide front of peace, of collective construction, a wide front to solve the problems of our countries and region. Union of this major force that ALBA is, the moral, political, governmental, and social strength of our organization, and work with all the political, progressive political and social groups, the entities that exist in the region, in order to create a major front to defend peace, justice, liberty, equality of the region. 20 years after the creation of this wonderful girl called ALBA-TCP, I think this is the path. Ahead of us, we will face more intense situations, but they will be wonderful moments. But I'm certain that we go down the path of triumph of the ALBA governments and groups. So I declared open this ALBA summit alongside the grassroots movements, and now I start giving the floor to the various heads. The President of the Republic of Cuba, Miguel Marios Díaz-Canel Bermúdez. Welcome, Cuba. You have the floor.
Dear President Nicolás Maduro, President of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Dear Nicolás, it is always great and exciting to be in the beloved Caracas, in the land of Chavez, the eternal commander, in the hearts of the Latin American peoples. And it is also good and exciting to be in these sacred places with the brothers and friends of the Bolivarian Alliance for the Peoples of our America, commemorating and transcending moments of our common history. Dear Presidents, Commander Daniel Ortega Saavedra and Luis Arce Catacora, esteemed Prime Ministers Ralph Gonsalves, Roosevelt Skerrit, Gaston Brown, esteemed representatives of the sister Republic of Honduras, to whose President Xiomara Castro, I extend fraternal greetings. Dear Malki and representatives of the Palestinian state, to whom I reiterate our strongest solidarity of the Cuban people and government. That solidarity that we offer every single day to the hundreds of Palestinian students that are in Cuba. Comrade Jorge Arriaza, Executive Secretary of ALBA-TCP, heads of delegations and representatives of the nations that make up our alliance, distinguished guests, members of grassroots movements, participants. 20 years have passed from the memorable evening of December 14, 2014 in Havana, when Fidel and Chavez sealed in an embrace the beginning of ALBA, an emancipating process that time has been transforming in that embrace of our peoples. 5 years later, ALBA-TCP achieved an international dimension with the incorporation first of Bolivia and Nicaragua and later of Dominica, Antigua and Barbuda, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the first three countries of the English-speaking Caribbean that honored us with their participation. With the subsequent incorporations of St. Kitts and Nevis, Grenada, and St. Lucia, the alliance strengthened its voice and regional scope until it became what it is today, a space for fraternity, solidarity, cooperation, respect, unity, struggle for the interests of the dispossessed, the voice of those who are not heard, a space for the defense of the just causes of the world against imperialism and regional oligarchies. Today, we are joined by another summit of ALBA-TCP, a landmark in the battle for the defense of our America and social justice, for a better possible world that we all desired. Not a single time we have missed the date, and we will never miss the date to the cause of Latin American integration that so many dreams and projects are to be created. Dreams and projects that Fidel and Chavez fostered and materialized as nobody did since the times of Bolivar to give response to the aspirations of millions of people. And those who follow in their footsteps, we need to foster and materialize with the same willpower when the times for our nations are not less challenging. The road has not been easy. The willpower of each of us to see the progress of ALBA-TCP allowed for this alliance to be consolidated into a process of inclusive integration that is distinguished with the coordination of actions to face the common dangers by always placing the well-being, development, and prosperity of our peoples at the center of our decisions. Esteemed heads of state and government, friends, the threats to the security and stability of several of our countries have motivated the celebration of several meetings of these alliances this year to exchange on the very complex international and regional situation that we face. As Army General Raúl Castro Ruz said at the 15th ALBA-TCP Summit, we are at a crucial stage of our history in which a setback at a regional scale would have a very negative impact on our peoples. Today, the system of international relations suffers from the imbalances of an unjust, unequal, and exclusionary international order. We are witness to the promotion of hate speech and violence, the encouragement of extremism, and the return to the old and not fully superseded mechanisms of imperialist domination. In addition to the attempted coup d'etat and the persecution of left-wing and progressive political figures, there is a ferocious media machinery intended to sow terror and lies. The Monroe Doctrine and Manifest Destiny are not old theories from the 19th century. The expansionist and hegemonic concepts are more valid than ever in Latin America and the Caribbean. Imperialism and oligarchies will always have the perverse objective to divide our peoples, sowing enmity among the governments of our region with the purpose of limiting the scope of public policies of a social nature, take hold of the valuable natural resources of this amazing geography, and undermine the progress of Latin America and Caribbean integration that would deepen our independence. They ignore international law and the most elementary rules of coexistence through the imposition of force, unilateralism, and blackmail. A profound reform of the current international order is needed, in which solidarity and cooperation prevail over differences. It is indispensable to recover the value of multilateralism, which is necessary to advance towards a new order in which the countries of the South can participate on equal footing in decision-making processes at a global scale. We must put an end to this possession, to put an end to the philosophy of war, as Fidel said in one of his speeches at the United Nations. Colonialism, neocolonialism, growing fascism, and any other expression that threatens international peace and security come from that desire of possession and control, and the permanent attempt to dispossess others from their territories, their assets, and even their lives. The need for an international financial architecture that closes the abysmal gap that today separates the North and the South, that provides fair treatment to developing countries in the decision-making process and access to sources of financing is increasingly evident. There is an urgent need, as never before, of full respect for the purposes and principles of the Charter of the United Nations, particularly the sovereign equality of states, the self-determination of the peoples, the peaceful settlement of disputes, and the rejection of the threat or the use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. The unwavering willingness and efforts of all for unity, integration, and peace are required. In this regard, we ratify the absolute relevance of the proclamation of Latin America and the Caribbean as a zone of peace, in which we affirm our commitment to banish the use and threat of the use of force from the region forever. The dramatic and precipitated developments that took place in Syria, that provoked a change in regime in that Arab nation, are part of a dangerous and risky remodeling of the region of the Middle East at the service of the interests of the United States, Israel, and the West. We make a call upon preserving sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the independence of Syria as the unity of its people. Esteemed heads of state and government, friends, it is extremely alarming, the growing trend to the application of unilateral coercive measures against the countries that do not submit to the imperial hegemon, causing intentional damages and politically motivated against the sovereignty of the states. They violate the principle of non-intervention in the internal affairs and stop the efforts of nations in the promotion of full enjoyment of human rights. Once again, we demand the full, immediate, and unconditional elimination of all unilateral coercive measures. This is a historical claim of the international community set forth in the resolutions of the United Nations General Assembly and the Human Rights Council, as well as in various declarations of the non-aligned movements, the Group of 77 plus China, and the Group of Friends in Defense of the United Nations Charter. Cuba has been imposed for 62 years the most severe and prolonged system of unilateral coercive measure ever applied against any nation. It is a deliberate act of economic warfare of a powerful empire against a small developing nation. It is a massive, flagrant, and systematic violation of the human rights of all Cubans, and arouses the almost unanimous rejection of the international community. Since 2019, the blockade against Cuba has escalated to an extreme dimension, which is much more cruel and inhumane. It is not only expressed in high costs of material and financial resources, but also attacks the everyday life of our nation. The prolongation of this policy in time has an immeasurable psychological cost that brutally impacts the Cuban families, fracturing them, dividing them, and torturing them. And as these policies are executed, their designers are executors, cynically accuse the Cuban government of damaging the people with the lack that the American government has provoked. Its effects have been further reinforced with the arbitrary inclusion of Cuba in the State Department's unilateral list of countries that allegedly sponsor terrorism. This is an unfounded designation, void of any basis, authority, or international backing whatsoever, attempting to justify and tighten the siege against the Cuban Revolution. It is not enough to acknowledge that Cuba cooperates fully with the United States in the fight against terrorism, as the State Department recently admitted. The international community widely recognizes that Cuba is not a terrorist country. Cuba must be removed without further delay from that spurious and unilateral list, for it is a fallacy that has a suffocating impact on our economy. We thank all the brotherly peoples and governments represented here for their permanent support to the call for the lifting of the blockade against Cuba and the removal of our country from the aforementioned unilateral list. We also extend our deep gratitude for the expressions of solidarity towards our people after the impact of the recent weather events that hit the island. The scenario that we face in the relations with the United States has come as no surprise to Cuba. It was a probable scenario, and we had been preparing for it. But the policy of principles of the Cuban Revolution is maintained invariable. We ratify our willingness to engage in serious and responsible dialogue to advance towards a constructive and civilized relationship based on sovereign equality, mutual respect, reciprocal benefit for both peoples, despite being aware of the profound political differences between our governments. Cuba reaffirms its determination to defend its sovereign rights to build an independent, socialist future of its own, free from foreign interference and committed to peace, sustainable development, social justice, and solidarity. Dear brothers and sisters, we ratify our commitment to the defense of the proclamation of Latin America and the Caribbean as a zone of peace, which 10 years after its approval at the second CELAC summit held in Havana in January 2014, remains fully valid. We reiterate our solidarity with the countries gathered here, which have been the target of destabilization attempts and external interference. In particular, we reiterate our strongest support to the Bolivarian and Chavista revolution, wisely led by President Nicolás Maduro Moros, who remains determined to defend his people from the unacceptable external pressures. Questioning the institutionality and the laws of another country does not contribute to regional stability. It is up to the people of Bolívar and Chávez to decide on their future. We reiterate our full support to Commander President Daniel Ortega Saavedra and his people. The destabilizing actions against the government of national reconciliation and unity of Nicaragua must cease. To the plurinational state of Bolivia, we express our support and solidarity in the defense of its sovereignty over its natural resources and in the face of destabilizing efforts. We welcome the holding of the 4th Conference of Small Island Developing States in our dear sister nation of Antigua and Barbuda. We acknowledge the results achieved and the adoption of the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for Small Island Developing States, aimed at expanding cooperation, supporting debt sustainability, and the means of implementation towards these countries. The Caribbean has and will always have a friend in Cuba who will accompany them in the right to receive fair, special, and differentiated treatment, which is essential to face the growing challenges arising from the current unjust international financial system and climate change, as well as in their legitimate claim for reparations and compensations for the horrors of slavery and colonialism. We claim for a free Puerto Rico. And we maintain our solidarity with Haiti. And we have the Cuban doctors here. Distinguished comrades, the crimes of genocide, the crimes against humanity, and the crime of apartheid committed by Israel, and which have been taking shape for 75 years against the Palestinian people, have acquired extreme proportions and must stop. We reiterate our strong demand for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in the illegally occupied Palestinian territories. Cuba also condemns the attacks perpetrated by Israel against friendly nations such as Lebanon, Syria, and Iran. The impunity with which the Israeli government continues to act is only possible because of the complicit political, military, logistical, and financial support provided to the occupying power by the United States government, which acts cynically and perversely, acting towards the world as a mediator in the conflict while stopping the actions of the Security Council. Cuba demands a comprehensive, just, and lasting solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict based on the creation of two states, allowing the Palestinian people to exercise a right to self-determination and to have an independent and sovereign state within the pre-1967 borders, with East Jerusalem as its capital and the return of its refugees. Distinguished friends, I would like to convey my appreciation to the Executive Secretariat, which has promoted in the course of this year that is coming to an end, more than 70 communiques and numerous actions to move forward in the ambitious but necessary strategic 2030 agenda. This has been a challenging year for ALBA and for Cuba, but at all times we have felt accompanied by the solidarity of all of you. In a few days, the Cuban Revolution will celebrate 66 years, and we will do it with the determination to face and to overcome the greatest challenges, as we learned in the school of Fidel, Raúl, and the heroic generation of the centennial of José Martí that precedes us. In these 66 years, the Cuban people has demonstrated that the Bambi spirit has not rested. As Antonio Maceo said, those who want to take hold of Cuba will take the dust of the soldiers in blood. Cuba will not bend a knee, and ALBA-TCP will not bend a knee. Let us make of our collective efforts a stronger and more united ALBA. May ALBA-TCP continue to advance in a constant search for realization of projects for the economic development and dignity of our America. We owe it to Bolivar and Martí, to the founding fathers of the independence of Latin America and the Caribbean. We owe it to Antonio José de Sucre, who led the troops to victory at the Battle of Ayacucho 200 years ago. And we especially owe it to Fidel, to Chavez, and to our peoples. For these 20 years of solidarity and friendship, long live ALBA-TCP. Ever onwards to victory.
always filled with light, enthusiasm, and truth. The words of Cuba that are rising from the difficulties towards hope, towards ALBA. So now let's give the floor from the highlands of Tupac Katari and Dortolina Sisa, from those historical places where 200 years ago we waged and won independence battles near the bicentenary of the foundation of Bolivia. Luis Arce, President, you have the floor. Welcome. Thank you very much, Brother Nicolás Maduro, President of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. I would like to always thank you for the warm welcome in this heroic land, the cradle of the champion of American freedom, Liberator Simon Bolivar and Commander Chavez. Also greetings to Brother President of the Republic of Cuba, Brother Miguel Díaz-Canel Bermúdez. A special greeting to the island of dignity and courage, which is a moral stronghold of resistance, which does not allow itself to bow to any adversity, and of course the land of Commander Fidel Castro. I would also like to greet Brother Daniel Ortega, President of the Republic of Nicaragua, land of the General of Free Men, Augusto Cesar Sandino. A special greeting to my colleagues from the Caribbean, with whom we promote this dawn of justice and solidarity for all of our peoples. Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of Dominica, Roosevelt Skerrit, Brother Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Ralph Gonsalves, Brother Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, Gaston Brown, Brother Prime Minister of Grenada, Deacon Mitchell, Brother Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, Terence Drew. All the representatives from St. Lucia, Haiti, Honduras, and Palestine, Brother Mr. Malki, distinguished heads of a state of government, observers and associate member Congress, honorable delegates, social leaders, and representatives of the peoples of ALBA-TCP. Sisters, brothers and sisters, today our Bolivarian Alliance celebrates 2 decades of struggle, dreams, achievements, and hope. On this occasion, we are gathered here in Caracas to celebrate together the 20 years of a pact that was born from the embrace between 2 giants, Commander Fidel Castro Ruz and Hugo Rafael Chávez Frías, an embrace that marked the course of our history and began to wave the future of the threats with the threats of dignity, solidarity, and justice, and social justice, but at the same time witnessed the celebration of our peoples because of the decay and the failure of the FNAA. 20 years ago, while the world seemed to succumb to the dictates of capital and the threats of unilateralism, ALBA was born as a beacon. We continued facing the threats of unilateralism, and we continued facing the threats of unipolarity. That's when ALBA was born as a beacon amidst the darkness. It was not only about trade, but humanity. It was not only about figures, but about faces. From its genesis, ALBA placed human beings at the center, defending the right to dream, to the irrenounceable idea that a better world is possible. Today, the plurinational state of Bolivia
a country that carries the memory of Tupac Katari and Bartolina Sisa, Simon Bolivar, Antonio José de Sucre, Juana Zuldoy de Padilla, and other heroes and heroines of the first independence, reaffirms its conviction and commitment to this alliance, which is ALBA-TCP, because it is more than a political project. It is a symbol of living resistance when faced to injustices and domination. It raises its voice against the unjust and criminal blockade against Cuba, an affront that seeks to break the dignity of a people that has been an example of resistance for the whole world. In Bolivia last November, we've had 4 years of a sieged government that has been attacked from different fronts of the right and the new internal right, and both internal and external attacks. This concept of hybrid warfare becomes more alive every day in Bolivia, because in 2 decades we had not seen such a political, economic, and legislative warfare that's so intense as the one we are experiencing today. But we are here alive, firm, and decided to resist in all trenches every day. ALBA-TCP is also a firm voice and permanent voice against coercive, unilateral coercive measure imposed arbitrarily against Venezuela and Nicaragua, which is an action that represents not only a violation of international law, but a direct attack on the sovereignty and welfare of our peoples. This unwavering commitment with life, ALBA-TCP condemns without hesitation the genocidal actions in Palestine, where every day a humanitarian tragedy is perpetrated before the complicit eyes of those who claim to defend human rights. Our alliance calls for the respect for democracy, which cannot flourish under the boots of imposition or the dictates of hegemonic interest. We strongly demand non-interference in the internal affairs of our nations, because each people has the sovereign right to build its own destiny, without external pressures or imposed agendas. Similarly, we advocate for the rights of the Palestinian people with dignity that was forged in struggle for their self-determination and the right to exist. They are not a far partner, but a people that's demanding justice. But that cry cannot be ignored or relegated to the indifference of those that watch from the distance. The international community has a pending debt, and that is to stop the genocide that stalks a people who, day after day, see their existence erased. ALBA-TCP is much more than an organization. It is the flag of the free peoples that defend the complementarity, justice, and freedom principles. We reiterate our commitment with the values for and the struggle for a multipolar world, so the dignity of our peoples are respected without threats. In this 20th anniversary, we reaffirm that our resistance is not a matter of speeches but of actions. It is the certainty that our union is the only possible response to global injustices. It is the promise that we will continue to fight from our mountains and our plains for a future where freedom, sovereignty, and peace are a reality for all of the peoples of our America and the world. We cannot allow the world to continue tolerating blockades that suffocate nations sanctions that punish the most vulnerable and take away the right to life. We cannot accept that those who speak of democracy outrage it with agendas of domination and plunder. We have the urgency, the need, and the duty to make the world a zone of peace. Brothers and sisters, on this anniversary, we celebrate the past and look to the future. Faced with the challenges of a world threatened by fascism and neo-fascism, ALBA is not an option. It is a necessity which must continue with a firm pace, reaffirming the founding principles of solidarity, complementarity, justice, and cooperation that have guided it since its creation. In this scenario where the clouds of the US hegemony rise like a specter threatening our homelands, from ALBA-TCP we celebrate the arrival of a multipolar dawn in which the BRICS emerge as a symbol of hope and equity. Today, more than ever, we must understand the phrase that if we don't fight and work together, we will be condemned to be erased separately. There's no doubt of that fact. Bolivia, with its indigenous roots and its vocation for integration, is committed to continue building bridges. We will continue fostering the participation of the Alliance with projects that involve and benefit our native indigenous peoples, peasants and Afro-descendants. We will promote all necessary actions to eliminate hunger and poverty that hurt the souls of our peoples. Let's raise the flags of Bolivar, Martí, San Martín, Garvey, and Sucre. Let's remember that the struggle for freedom knows no borders or time. We dream of a horizon where our foreign policies shed the old chains and embrace depatriarchalization and decolonization as compasses to change our societies. A new multipolar world, just, prosperous, sustainable, where men and women build together and enjoy equity. 200 years ago, the Amphitronic Congress of Panama, Bolivar dreamed of a united, independent, and sovereign America. Today, on this 20th anniversary, we renew that oath. Let's be the voice of those who cannot speak and the refugee of those who seek justice. May this embrace that marked our history continue to spread, because ALBA is not only an alliance, it is a promise for the future, a living resistance, a tool for the most vulnerable, and a reminder that together as peoples we are invincible. I would like to take advantage of this opportunity to invite everyone here from all of the countries that next August the 6th in our capital city, Sucre, we are going to celebrate the bicentenary of Bolivia. Similarly, tomorrow in our country, we will have judicial elections. So we must go there to comply with the presidential mandate. And that's why we would like to ask for permission to everyone here, because we will have to leave early to comply with our duties. However, the Bolivian heart is with ALBA. Long live our free countries. Long live ALBA. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Lucho Arce. We are celebrating the bicentennial, and I told our people on Monday when the Ayacucho, we were celebrating the 200 years of the Ayacucho battle, a historical battle where we were a single army. We were there together, Venezuelans, Colombians, Panamanians, Peruvians, Chileans, Argentinians. We went there. People from Brazil, Cuba, Mexico, Puerto Ricans also. There we had petty officers and soldiers from Puerto Rico because Bolivar had the commitment to free Cuba and Puerto Rico. And that was then, that couldn't be achieved because of the ill will of other people. This was one of the greatest victories of this region. And this is something that is symbolized, my dear friend, President of Bolivia, by the Pizarro banner. I want to show this to you, if the cadets can come in, please. I was telling President Diaz-Canel that this banner that we see here was taken by Francisco Pizarro in the month of November of 1534 to Cusco, when they killed Atahualpa and they divided the great Inca Empire. They dissolved the powerful army of the Inca Empire, and then they managed to divide them in several parts with different lords. And Pizarro had received this banner from the king of Spain, and when he said to him, "Bring the Inca Empire to me, to my feet, bring them down to my feet." These are the symbols of the domination. Can you place it next to me, please? And 290 years later, my dear friends, the Liberation Army went up to Cusco with the great Marshal of Sucre, Antonio José Sucre, with mere 29 years, covered in glory, the glory of the peoples, and the indigenous people of Cusco came out and they tore this banner. Can we open the image? They tore the banner from where it was there, presented like a bloody claw, that was placed there by the criminal Francisco Pizarro. And they gave it as a symbol of liberation and victory to Sucre, the banner of Pizarro that stood there for 290 years, being the symbol of the colonial domination. It was the liberation of the sons of the sun. And the first thing that crossed Sucre's mind was to send it to Bolivar. And a group of men rode to Caracas. Bolivar was in Lima, calling for the Panama Congress. They said that he was crazy in the union and in the idea of unity. From there, from California, which was Mexico, to the southernmost area of America. And Bolivar received this in awe, excited. He never thought that he would have this in his hand. And be able to feel the triumph over the colonialists. The armies went there to look for him. And the first thing that crossed Bolivar's mind was his birthplace, his cradle, his city. Because here in Caracas was where the ideas of the South American freedom were born. Because Bolivar never thought in groups. He never thought with a local thought. Bolivar always thought in the large homeland, great homeland. Either we are a great homeland or we're nothing. That's what we should say today. And the first thing that he ordered was to bring Pizarro's banner, which meant the crushing of the Inca Empire, but now is a symbol of victory, and he thought about giving it to the people of Caracas, and I wanted to bring it here today as a great symbol of the anti-colonialist struggle, as a great symbol of a victory, historical victory. Pizarro surrendered at our feet. Make no mistakes. The empires should make no mistakes. We are the sons of the sun. We are the sons of the liberators. So this banner of Pizarro will be taken to the bicentennial celebration in Bolivia on August 6th next year. Rest assured, President. Thank you very much. Well, I now would like to ask the plenary if we can give him the permission to go back to Bolivia because he has election. We are counting the votes and it's approved. Thank you very much, President. Well, we also would like to give the floor to a young leader of the Caribbean, a man, a wise man who is brave. One of the men who loved the most Chavez, Roosevelt Skerrit, Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of Dominica. Welcome. Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Quisiera reconocerle, presidente de la República Bolivariana de Venezuela, y a todos los demás presidentes de Cuba, de Nicaragua y de Bolivia.
Prime Ministers, heads of delegation, ladies and gentlemen, friends all, good evening. I first want to congratulate President Maduro on his re-election in July, and to remind him that I was one of the first leaders in the world who sent congratulatory messages to him, having received the publication from the election authorities in Venezuela. And we do recognize you as the constitutionally elected president of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. And we wish you all the best as you take up another term on January 10th, 2025. President Maduro, I've known you for about 18 or so years, and I've seen you serve President Chavez, and you serve President Chavez dutifully, respectfully, and with great commitment and love. What I admire about you even more is that having assumed the office of President of Venezuela, you have maintained dutifully the mandate of President Chavez to the people of Venezuela and the revolution of Venezuela. You are a man of high integrity, commitment, and love for your people. And I salute you as the President of Venezuela and the Bolivarian Revolution. And rest assured, you have my absolute solidarity, respect, friendship, and love as you maneuver the many challenges imposed upon you and your people by external forces. But we shall prevail, and you shall prevail, and the people of Venezuela shall prevail over adversity. Rest assured that you are not alone, and the people of Venezuela are not alone. I want also to take this opportunity to reaffirm our undying and unwavering solidarity with the government and people of Cuba. A nation that has played an enormous role in global solidarity and assisted so many nations in its efforts towards liberalization and independence. A heroic people, a brave people, and a people whom we have the highest regard for and love for. And we will always lend our voice. We shall never cease or desist from lending our voice to calling on the United States of America to end this unjust blockade against the people of Cuba. And I want to say to all of us that we must never be wary of making that call, because we know that one day the Cuban people will triumph, and we know that justice will triumph over injustice, and we continue to stand in total solidarity with the government and people of Cuba. And of course, we have with us our friends from the state of Palestine. My dear brother, I want to say to you that you are here among friends in the Caribbean and Latin America. We stand in absolute solidarity with the people of Palestine. You have taught all of us what resilience means, what determination means, and what dignity means. And in the face of so many decades of adversity, you have maintained the dignity of your people. And for that, and many other reasons, we stand in absolute solidarity. And one day, you shall sit among us, recognized by the entire world as a truly independent state, the state of Palestine. Today, we gather in Caracas, Venezuela, to observe the 20th anniversary of ALBA. I believe that the world owes Cuba and Venezuela a huge debt of gratitude for giving to the world two leaders who were ahead of the time. Commander Fidel Castro and Hugo Chavez, both of whom I had the distinct pleasure as a young man to work with and to learn from. And I believe that we have a duty and obligation to carry on their legacy, carry on their work, carry on their efforts towards bringing dignity to every single citizen in this world, and to ensure that every citizen in this world can enjoy the bounties of this world. And what we have seen ALBA do, and many other cooperation frameworks which were devised by these two distinguished world leaders. We never thought, but many people thought that we would never be here celebrating 20 years. But ALBA has demonstrated its resilience, because ALBA was created out of a genuine desire towards addressing many of the injustices that the world confronted. And there's no other entity in this world that has such a mandate. We go to many international organizations, and I remember President Chavez and President Castro saying, look, we do not want ALBA to be like any other organization. All of its note-taking and reading of minutes and long speeches, no. It is supposed to be a pragmatic and practical cooperation agreement that is results-oriented, addressing the issues confronting the citizens of not only our space, but the global space. And ALBA has remained true to those ideals. I recall being asked to come to Cuba to have a meeting with President Chavez and President Castro. And I happened to come over a document. I'm not a Spanish-speaking person, but I could understand some of the words in the document. And I recognized that this was an unprecedented document, speaking about the cooperation between Cuba and Venezuela. And I remember saying to President Chavez and President Castro, how do I participate in this agreement? Speaking about fair trade, speaking about complementarity and working together,
y de trabajar juntos para asegurar que todas nuestras personas, todos nuestros pueblos pudieran ser elevados a una vida decente. Y me alegra que eventualmente pude firmar en nombre de mi país, Dominica, y convertirnos en miembro del ALBA. Nunca nos hemos arrepentido de esa decisión. Y les digo a todos ustedes el día de hoy que nuestra decisión es mucho más fuerte hoy que lo era en ese momento. Porque es absolutamente importante que el movimiento progresista, y cuando la gente habla del movimiento progresista, hay algunos que quieren interpretarlo como que es anti esto o anti aquello, pero el movimiento progresista es sobre las injusticias, asegurarse que la gente pueda vivir con dignidad y respeto de tu raza, tu credo, tu clase, y que la gente tenga acceso a una vida decente, con educación, con salud, con trabajo, donde no haya discriminación. Eso es lo que son los movimientos progresistas. Y eso es lo que trabajamos en el marco del ALBA. Y es absolutamente importante que nosotros nos mantengamos fieles a los principios fundadores de ALBA, porque el mundo necesita la unidad, mucho más ahora que antes, mucho más ahora que nunca antes, entre nuestros países. Y por supuesto no se trata de inmiscuirse en los asuntos políticos de otros países, pero es absolutamente importante que nosotros nos mantengamos unidos en nuestras estructuras políticas, porque siempre va a haber intentos de afuera e incluso desde dentro de generar problemas que no existen, para generar desunión donde no existe, porque la realidad es que hay muchos a quienes no les gusta ver las cosas positivas que el ALBA ha logrado y continúa haciendo, y por eso quieren separar a nuestros países. Para los que presentamos una visión progresiva de la vida, nosotros tenemos que mantenernos unidos. Tenemos que superar los retos trabajando juntos, no solamente como jefes de Estado y de gobierno, sino dentro de nuestras propias estructuras políticas dentro de nuestros países, porque tenemos que tener esa unidad en nuestras naciones para poder traer unidad al ALBA y llevar unidad a todos los grupos regionales y subregionales. 20 años después estamos aquí y estoy comprometido a asegurar que el legado del presidente Chávez y el presidente Fidel Castro continúe
mostrando una luz en la oscuridad y traiga esperanza a los que no la tienen. Ese es nuestro compromiso. Yo no quiero hablar demasiado, presidente, pero quiero decirle a usted y a todos ustedes que tienen nuestra absoluta solidaridad, y Dominica, nosotros en el sur tenemos diferentes foros. En el sur necesitamos líderes que no estén negociando los principios. No podemos negociar los principios, negociamos palabras. Necesitamos líderes que puedan mantenerse de pie en contra de la injusticia. Hay demasiados líderes en este mundo que comprometen sus visiones filosóficas en la vida porque consideran al otro lo que los otros pudieran hacer con respecto a eso. Y nosotros en el sur, yo creo, necesitamos no comprometer nuestros valores, las cosas que tenemos, por las que tenemos que luchar, tenemos el deber de luchar. Nosotros se lo debemos a las próximas generaciones, darles un mejor mundo del cual nosotros heredamos. Muchísimas gracias por su hospitalidad, señor presidente. Siempre es un gran placer venir a Venezuela. Para mí, estar en Venezuela es como estar en una parte de Dominica. No hay fronteras, no hay diferencias. Aquí estamos entre amigos y familia. Y lo mismo pasa en la familia del ALBA. Cada vez que voy a Nicaragua, a Bolivia, a Cuba, a Honduras, o San Vicente, Antigua, San Cristóbal y Nieves, somos todos lo mismo, todos una familia unida, justa, luchando en contra de la injusticia, para darle esperanza a la gente, para eliminar también la pobreza de una vez. Larga vida al ALBA, larga vida al legado del presidente Chávez y del presidente Fidel Castro. Muchísimas gracias. Señor presidente, con respecto a la solicitud del presidente de Bolivia, yo también voy a pedir su permiso y el de la plenaria para poder irme temprano, puesto que tengo un vuelo que tomar. Entonces, le pido por favor su permiso.
En consideración.
Negado.
Muy bien, gracias.
Very well. Thank you.
Nuestro querido compañero, hermano, primer ministro de la Mancomunidad de Dominica,
Roosevelt Scarry of the Commonwealth of Dominica. I would also like to inform that I just received in my hands the documents, the official documents in Spanish and in English, signed by all the presidents, prime ministers of the governments of ALBA, where officially on December 14th of 2024, we see the beginning of the Agro-ALBA economic project for the food sovereignty, organic and safe food for the peoples of Latin America, the Caribbean, Africa, and even beyond. It would be said here in baseball that this is like a big blow. That is how we say it here when we're talking about, it's a home run. The new ALBA path for sovereignty, for food sovereignty, organic food, quality food, united so that our earth can flourish, to use agroecological production methods without poison. We should say no to poison, no to the transgenic seed, yes to life. We have proven with the new productive methods that we have better results per hectare with the new ways of production of land, without the need of transgenic seeds or poisons that kill our earth and poison our water, while in other areas they are proposing to contaminate rivers, the sea, and the land, as if they could go to Mars to live afterwards and abandon our earth. Our program, AgroAlba, proposes to rescue our soil, our land, and to make it safe for our people. And food sovereignty means also independence. Signed, approved, and now to comply with it. Let's produce. So I will now give the floor to the witness of the encounter and the embrace. He was there in Havana, and he was able to observe the birth of the new history, how the 21st century was born in that embrace. I will now give the floor to a man who is admired by our people, the Commander-President of the Republic of Nicaragua, Sandinista leader of Central America and Latin America, our partner Daniel Ortega Saavedra, always beloved in Venezuela.
Thank you.
Presidente del pueblo.
President of the people.
Ratificado por el pueblo.
Ratified by the Venezuelan people.
Y cumpliendo.
And complying
con el mandato de Chávez.
With the mandate of Chávez.
En aquella comparecencia le dijo.
Back then you said.
Y le dijo al pueblo.
And he said to the people, the Venezuelan people.
Aquí está Nicolás.
Here, Nicolás is here to continue the battle.
Realmente es admirable.
And it is truly admirable.
La energía, el esfuerzo.
The energy, the effort.
La dedicación.
The dedication.
A la defensa del pueblo.
Towards the defense of your people.
Que realizás día a día. Y a pesar de
that you continue doing day by
las
day,
sanciones, a
and
pesar
despite
de los atentados,
the coup
a
d'etat
pesar
attempts,
de las difamaciones, las calumnias,
defamation, lies,
este pueblo es un pueblo
these people
que es leal
is loyal
a Chávez,
to Chávez,
es leal a Bolívar,
to Bolivar,
y sabe
and knows
que la espada de Bolívar
that the sword of Bolivar
que te entregó Chávez,
that was
vos, Nicolás,
given to you
la
by Chávez
levantando para defender
is being sown in order to defend
frente a cualquier amenaza, frente a cualquier
against any
intento
threat,
de agresión,
against any aggression attempt.
Amenazas son de todos los días.
Because
Las
aggressions
conspiraciones son de
take
todos los
place
días.
and
Los
conspirations
intentos de
take
agresión
place
son de todos los
every
días.
single day, every single day.
Porque vos estás por la paz, nosotros estamos por la paz.
Because we are defending peace.
El demonio,
But the demon,
es enemigo de la paz.
the devil
está por la
is
destrucción.
the enemy of peace.
Siempre están pensando cómo destruir
They're always
este
thinking
proceso.
about ways to destroy our
Un proceso
process.
que ha venido
A process
a levantar a nuestra América.
that has made our America emerge once again.
Recuerdo el día,
And I remember
ya era por la tarde, 6 de la tarde,
the day, it was about
que
6 p.m. in the afternoon.
llegaron a decirme que Fidel
And
quería
they
presentarme
told me that Fidel
a Chávez.
wanted to introduce
Y fuimos
Chavez.
a la Plaza
And we
Bolívar.
went to the Bolivar house.
Nos conocimos y luego nos sentamos, Fidel, Chávez,
We
yo,
embraced ourselves,
y
we
escuchamos
greeted
las
him,
palabras
we
del
sat
historiador
down,
de La Habana
and we heard the words from a historian
que
from
presentó
Havana
a Chávez. Y luego
that presented
voz
us and
de Chávez,
introduced
el
Chavez,
pensamiento
and
de
then
Chávez.
he discussed the
Estaba
thinking of
realmente
Chavez.
asombrado,
And I was amazed
asombrado porque los incrédulos
because those
no se les ocurría que
who didn't believe
un
in
militar
him never thought about
se atreviese a ir
a
a Cuba
man of the military
y a
would go to
reunirse
Cuba
con Fidel.
to have a meeting with Fidel.
Pero más asombrado cuando escucho
But I was
las palabras de Chávez.
even more amazed when I
mensaje de
heard Chavez and his message.
Era la voz de Bolívar
It was the voice of
saliendo
Bolivar.
por la voz de Chávez. Era el alma de
It
Bolívar
was the soul of
el alma de
Bolivar
Chávez.
in the soul of Chavez
Realmente fue algo
coming out
verdaderamente
from his mouth.
impresionante.
It was impressive.
Y luego que terminó el acto,
And after
Fidel
the meeting ended,
nos trajo en su acto.
Fidel brought us there.
Chávez, Fidel, del otro lado,
There was Chavez,
asiento trasero.
Fidel, and in the seats
bueno, ahí
that were in the
conversando.
back, we were
Y Chávez
just
hablando
chatting. And Chavez was
con aquel entusiasmo, con
talking
aquella fuerza.
with such enthusiasm, with
Era
such strength.
impresionante.
It was incredible.
Y para esos días había una reunión en
And
El Salvador.
those days there was a meeting in El Salvador,
Y me atreví a decirle, porque oye, yo estoy viendo ahí a un
and I
revolucionario.
dared to say that I was seeing a revolutionary in him.
Que había una reunión
And I shared with him that there was a
Foro de Sao
meeting
Paulo
of the
en
Sao Paulo
San Salvador.
Forum in San Salvador City.
Yo estaba seguro que él iba a aceptar ir.
And I was sure he was going
Y
to
fue.
accept the invitation.
Así fuimos
And he
conversando.
attended.
Y cuánta alegría sentí
And that's
de
how we started to
encontrarme
get together
en
and
un
discuss. And I was so
militar
happy to
a un
find
revolucionario.
a revolutionary and a military man.
Revolucionarios que aquí
A
en esta
revolutionary that here
revolución bolivariana
in this
se
same
han
Bolivarian
multiplicado
revolution
en el ejército, se han
has
multiplicado
multiplied in
en la
the
policía,
army, in the
se han
police
multiplicado
forces,
en todo el pueblo.
in the whole people.
Y 20 años de la creación del ALBA.
And 20 years after the creation of ALBA,
Y
when Chavez and Fidel, over time, met in Havana and decided they were going to create ALBA. They started and gave the first step. And back then I thought about Jesus because I am a revolutionary. And when you know the life of Christ amongst the poor, the most vulnerable, the way he became a hero, he became the highest revolutionary. And then we went to the classics of the revolutions, Marx, for example. But I became a revolutionary because I met Christ. I met Jesus. And Chavez always had Christ in his heart. And when they met, Chavez and Fidel, that saw how our peoples were shedding blood, hopeless, vulnerable. He said, as Christ said, stand up and let's push the peoples of our America and the Caribbean. And I saw how fast other nations joined, other countries. How quick we started to execute the programs of ALBA. It was something without precedent. And the way in which we shared and distributed richness has no precedent in the history of humanity. Today, 20 years afterward, we are more committed than ever to continue walking forward, moving forward, and we must continue doing so, incorporating new initiatives as the ones we have shared today. And amidst a world where the imperialists of the land continue assassinating ALBA with the flag of Fidel and Chavez, the soul of Fidel and Chavez, we reiterate that we're not going to fail any of you. We will continue waving the battle. Yes, in the battle and building victories here, there, there, here, in the whole geopolitical panorama of our region, in the global south,
y del mundo.
and the world.
Lo hablamos en privado. Es un
We
escenario que
talked
se está
about
moviendo
this
porque el
privately.
tablero
This
del
is
poder
a
mundial está
panorama that's
cambiando.
moving because
Y nosotros
the
estamos
pieces
apuntando,
of the
articulados en la
international
vanguardia
politics are
del
changing,
nuevo
and
mundo que está
we are
naciendo.
oriented towards the new world that's being born.
Hay como decía Carlos Marx,
As Carlos Marx said,
tomado de Hegel también,
Karl Marx said, taken from
la
Hegel,
primera
of
ley
course, the
de la
first
dialéctica, le
law
llamaron
of
así lo
dialectics,
aprendimos
that's how
muy joven, muy
they
tempranito. La primera
called
ley
them, how
de la
they
dialéctica,
coined it. The first law of
la unidad
dialectics,
y la lucha
unity
de contrario.
and the
La
struggle
contradicción es la
of
fuente del
the
desarrollo.
contraries. Contradictions are the
Si
source
uno la aplicara
of development.
a la política, a
If
la
we apply
sociedad, a la
that to
economía,
our politics,
inclusive la biología,
economy,
la pudiera
society, even biology,
constatar, ¿verdad?
we would
Está la
be
profesora
able
Gabriela,
to
el profesor
prove
Ricardo
those
Menéndez, que
facts.
son
We have here
científicos,
professors
unos de
Melendez and
ciencias
Gabriela
naturales y
Jiménez.
otros
They
de
are
ciencias
experts
sociales.
in social sciences and
La
natural
contradicción es la
sciences.
fuente del desarrollo.
Contradiction is the
Así
source
que hay
of
que
development.
buscar cuál es la contradicción
Therefore, we must
y
look
desarrollarla.
for our contradictions and
Y
develop
nosotros
them.
estamos enfrentados, comandante,
And
presidente Daniel Ortega,
Commander President
a
Daniel
una
Ortega,
contradicción
we
muy
are
clara,
facing a very
histórica,
clear and
pero que tiene
historical
mucha vigencia y
contradiction,
presencia hoy.
but that's very
Entre,
current,
me atrevo a
relevant
llamarla
today.
así, una dinámica virtuosa
I would say it
de
is the
liberación,
virtuous dynamic
acción,
of
unión,
liberation, action,
acción,
union,
liberación.
union, action, liberation,
Mientras más libre y más unidos,
and the
mayor
more
capacidad de poder
free
nacional
and united we
y
are,
regional
we will
para
have a more
avanzar en modelos
capacity
propios
nationally and
versus
regionally to advance in our own
las
models
dinámicas oligárquicas imperiales
versus the
de
oligarchic
división,
imperial dynamics
dominación,
of division,
saqueo.
domination, and
Ese
sacking.
imperio no tiene nada que
That
ofrecerle
empire has nothing to
a nuestros
offer
pueblos de América Latina y el
to
Caribe,
our
pero nada es
peoples
nada.
in America and the Caribbean.
Lo hablábamos
Nothing
en
at
privado,
all.
nada es nada.
We were
Lo único que
discussing
tiene que
this
ofrecer
privately.
es
Nothing at all.
chantajes,
They
amenazas
can only blackmail them, threaten
y
them,
ultimátum de rendición
and give them an ultimatum
y avanzar en los
for
procesos de
subjugate towards them,
dividirnos.
and advance in the process
En
of
América
dividing
Latina,
us.
33
In Latin
países, todos contra
America,
todos.
33
Sálvese quien pueda.
countries, everyone
Es el
against
grito.
everyone.
Si no voy por ti,
That's the
no se unan,
outcry
no se acerquen,
they're
no se
sharing.
apoyen.
You should not come together, not support amongst yourselves.
Sabemos cuál va a ser el resultado
Do not come close.
de una región
But we know
latinoamericana y
what's the
caribeña
result that we're
levantista,
going to have
rebelde.
in a Latin
El
American
resultado
and Caribbean
es
region
que la
that's
dinámica
rebellious.
virtuosa
The result is that
de
that
liberación,
virtuous dynamics
acción
of
constructiva y
liberation
unión
and constructive
va a
action
seguir
and union will
expandiéndose
continue
como energía y como
expanding
fuerza.
itself as
Y el ALBA
energy
lleva
and
una
force,
responsabilidad
and ALBA
inmensa
has
para que las
a
dinámicas
massive
virtuosas
responsibility
avancen, sigan avanzando.
to move forward
Historia
and advance
tenemos.
the virtuous
Hay un video muy
dynamics.
famoso que pasa a
There's
Diosdado
a
todos los
very
miércoles.
famous
Ustedes ven el programa de
video.
Diosdado,
Do you watch Diosdado's
pero en
TV
inglés
show?
no lo ven.
I think you're not able to see it in
Tienes que
English,
meterle ahí
unfortunately.
traducción en vivo
We
y
must
directo en
have
inglés,
live
francés,
translation
portugués,
into
mandarín,
English, French,
persa, ruso.
Chinese, Farsi, Russian.
Eso es fácil ahora con inteligencia
That's easy
artificial.
today with artificial intelligence.
Diosdado siempre pasa un video
Diosdado
maravilloso del
always
comandante Chávez
plays a marvelous
en la
video of
autopista
Commander Chávez
que tenía el nombre de Francisco
in the
Fajardo
highway
antes,
that
que
was
Francisco Fajardo fue
that
en
used to be
Venezuela
called
como Pizarro
Francisco
en el Perú,
Fajardo,
el
who
gran
is
criminal.
the equivalent of Pizarro
Esa
in Peru,
autopista
a
ahora se
great
llama
criminal, but now
Gran
that
Cacique
highway
Guaycaipuro.
is called
Se acabó
Gran
Fajardo, se
Cacique
acabó Pizarro.
Guaycaipuro. So
Y allí,
we ended,
ante
we
300.000
erased
personas,
Pizarro and
un año
Francisco
bisiesto,
Fajardo. So, in
29 de
front
febrero
of
del 2004,
36,000 people,
el comandante Hugo
February
Chávez declaró el
24,
carácter
2004,
antiimperialista de la
that's
revolución
when
bolivariana.
he declared the anti-imperialist character
Y
of the
dijo,
Bolivarian
en su
Revolution.
momento,
And he said,
acosado por la violencia,
when
por las
he
amenazas,
was
que
being
movían tropas por aquí, que movían
surrounded
tropas por
by
allá, que
threats,
venían
by
helicópteros.
troops coming
Esa
from
guerra psicológica
everywhere,
que los
by
gringos siempre toman.
helicopters, the
Que tiene
psychological
el barco
warfare
tal,
of the
que esto,
U.S.,
que aquello.
the vessel coming from
Y
there.
Chávez dijo, bastante
And he
historia hay
said,
aquí.
there's a lot of history
Como dices
here
tú,
in our land.
comandante Daniel Ortega.
As
Bastante
you,
historia
Commander
tenemos
Daniel
aquí.
Ortega, have said. There's a lot of history
Dijo,
here in our
bastantes
land.
montañas y llanos hay aquí, por si hay que
Mountains and
resistir
plains
victoriosamente.
are available for us in case we must
pueblos hay aquí.
resist. There's enough
Yo no sé
people
si tiene
here.
traducción al inglés lo que voy a
And
decir.
I don't know if there's a translation into
Estamos en horario
English,
infantil,
because we
pero así lo dijo. Yo lo que estoy es
are
respetando el
during a
texto
child
original
time
del discurso.
table, but I am just respecting the original statement.
Bastante cojones hay aquí
And there's
para
a lot of
defender esta
bravery
tierra y esta
here.
patria.
Balls here,
Hace 20
enough
años.
balls here to defend ourselves.
Bastante alba hay aquí.
And
Bastante
alba,
alma hay aquí.
enough alba.
El alma del
we have
alba y el
here,
alba
the
del
soul
alma.
of alba and alba of the soul.
Así que estamos unidos.
So
seguiremos
we are
desarrollándonos.
united
Lo
and
más
we will
importante es
continue
eso, desarrollar
developing
nuestros sueños,
ourselves
¿verdad?
to develop
Avanzar en
our
nuestros
dreams
sueños.
and advance towards
Por
them.
eso quiero darle la palabra a un
That's
hombre que
why
nos
I
dio
would
grandes
like-
consejos.
I would like to give the floor
En el
to a man
2015,
that gave us
16,
great
17,
advice in 2015,
Cuando
16,
empezaba la guerra
17,
económica,
when the economic
recibimos
warfare was
la
about to
sabiduría
start.
de
We
un joven
received
líder del Caribe.
the wisdom of a young leader
Su
of the
sabiduría en materia
Caribbean
económica,
in
financiera.
terms of
Recuerdo
finances,
una larga
economy.
conversación
I remember
en
a long
Antigua y Barbuda, en una
conversation
visita por
I
allá.
had in Antigua and Barbuda.
Y mira, paso a paso, poco a
And
poco,
you'll see now that
perseverantemente,
step by step,
vamos avanzando en la
slowly
construcción de
we
un
are
modelo
advancing in the
nuestro,
building of our
propio,
own model
y que apunta hacia
that's
la prosperidad
oriented towards
económica
the
de Venezuela.
economic
Y decir
prosperity
prosperidad
of
económica de
Venezuela.
Venezuela,
And when we
es
talk
decir,
about the economic
prosperidad
prosperity
de
of
nuestra
Venezuela, we're
América.
talking
Se trata
about
de este
our
líder,
own
primer
America,
ministro
our
de
whole
Antigua
America,
y
the
Barbuda,
Prime Minister
Gaston
of
Brown.
Antigua and Barbuda,
Bienvenido.
Gaston Brown. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Nicholas. I should say the undefeated and resilient president of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. I want to thank Daniel for his presentation today, the historic account of the formation of ALBA. And I certainly want to begin with an enduring quote, and there are many, from the late revolutionist Fidel Castro. And it states that the equal right of all citizens to health, education, work, food, security, culture, science, and well-being, that is the same rights we proclaimed when we began our struggle, in addition to those which emerged from our dreams of justice and equality for all inhabitants of our world, is what I wish for all, end of quote. These are the enduring words of one of the founding fathers of the Bolivarian Alliance, whose vision and determination for an integrated Latin American and Caribbean with resilient prosperity we pursue today. We gather here today for the celebration of 20 years of ALBA-TCP, a successful regional institution, a movement of the people of Latin America and the Caribbean. I wish to thank our founding fathers, the militant visionaries who carried the flag for the continued liberation of our Americas, Commanders Fidel Castro and Hugo Rafael Chavez Frias. As we celebrate the 20th anniversary of ALBA, let us not lose sight of the living dream of Fidel and Chavez for a strong integration movement and resilient prosperity for our people. Sincere thanks and gratitude to President Maduro and the government of the Bolivarian Republic for their warm hospitality and the excellent leadership of ALBA, literally going beyond the call of duty to ensure the viability and continuity of ALBA. I look forward to returning shortly to witness and to participate in the official inauguration ceremony for the President-elect, Nicolas Maduro, in January. Colleagues, the need for our continued engagement and solidarity are critical as we confront the various challenges, the climate injustices that we are faced with, and certainly other injustices, including the inequitable global financial system and the geopolitical crises, the war in Ukraine, the genocide in Gaza, among others. Just today, we discussed a new emerging threat, and that is the threat of the technological oligarchy. As a political movement that promotes the values of shared global prosperity, equality, justice, peace, and unity, we must continue to stand collectively on these values and fight injustices and violations of these values in all fora. We must utilize our collective advocacy and use all measures available, including international law, to fight injustice. We must stand against the aggression of the powerful against the powerless, while ensuring that our hemisphere remains a zone of peace. Our hemisphere is home to some of the smallest and most vulnerable small island developing states on the planet that will suffer disproportionately from any hemispheric instability. That is why we all continue to advocate strenuously for our hemisphere to remain a zone of peace. While there is no military intervention in our hemisphere at this time, and we hope that there will be none in the near future, we know that our challenges may soon be compounded by a looming trade war between the United States and China, in which the former pledges to increase tariffs on goods manufactured in China by as much as 100%. Should they follow through, that will be devastating. The OECS member states of ALBA not only rank among the most vulnerable in the world, they have small, vulnerable, import-dependent economies that are extremely susceptible to shocks from increased prices. All of these countries are heavily dependent on trade with the United States, which is the main source market for imports, including food, and the exportation of tourism services. Tariffication that increases prices for US and Caribbean citizens could reduce the demand for a tourism product in the US, while simultaneously increase the price of goods and services, including food, undermining our economic growth and our prospects of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. This potential threat underscores the need for greater diversification of Caribbean economies to include market diversification to mitigate these risks. And we need to see increased interregional trade within ALBA-TCP to ensure that we could mitigate against these geopolitical threats. And I certainly want to take up President Maduro on the need for us to strengthen tourism within our integration movement. And I certainly issue an invitation to all of you here at this forum, as well as those who are watching via various media, to visit the Caribbean, including Antigua and Barbuda, where you can enjoy one of the best vacations anywhere in the world. These are the type of collaborations that we need to ensure that we increase trade within our integration movement. Now, the recent Agro-ALBA initiative, in which the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela offered 25,000 acres of land to OECS member states, has come at a very opportune time as we seek to mitigate against the threats, the extant threats, including the tariffication that is likely to take place. Now, Antigua and Barbuda is one of the most water-scarce countries in the world, with persistent droughts, which have been exacerbated by climate change. This offer will help us to address and resolve our ongoing food security challenges by providing us with arable land to cultivate food. The remaining area of challenge will be the issue of transportation, both air and sea, which I'm sure with the collective efforts we could resolve this issue with the establishment of an ALBA transportation mechanism utilizing existing assets, including LIAT and Conviasa, and the acquisition of assets to establish reliable sea transportation. So it's important that we continue to ensure that we're able to move goods and people within the region as we seek to strengthen our integration movement. Our successes over the past 20 years must also serve as motivational experiences that will further stimulate our further commitment to work assiduously and certainly smarter in conceptualization of new and innovative projects and programs. Following on the successful Petro-Caribe financing initiative, this Agro-ALBA initiative is a prime example of an innovative project with the potential to transform the agricultural landscape among ALBA members. So once again, we commend President Maduro and the government of Venezuela. Agro-ALBA is certainly a win-win initiative based on the productive and sustainable development of our countries within a shared geopolitical perspective, promoting the consolidation of economic independence, food sovereignty, and security. This will also ensure the eradication of hunger and consequently the reduction of poverty, thereby maximizing the social justice among our nations. Today, we celebrate many institutions within our integration movement, including the Bank of ALBA, the Regional Compensation Unitary System, the SUCR, the ALBA-TCP Development Cooperation Agency. These are certainly all important programs designed over the years to help member countries fight against poverty, exclusion, and eradicating social inequalities. With the vision of promoting social, political, and economic cooperation among its member countries, primarily in Latin America and the Caribbean, ALBA has successfully carried out a number of programs. And we call the Mission Miracle, which provides free surgeries and educational programs that have had a significant impact on our communities. We also recall Petro-Caribe, which I understand will be revived, will be bigger and better. This had allowed countries to purchase oil from Venezuela on favorable terms and would have helped many member states, especially during the global crisis. In fact, it was a lifeline for member states during the global crisis. Colleagues, our founding fathers, comrades Fidel and Chavez, have left us a legacy of determination and creativity in our efforts to further strengthen the integration of Latin America and the Caribbean, creating the requisite integration mechanism to further strengthen our efforts for equal rights, justice, and peace. It is in difficult times like these that we need to strengthen our hemispheric integration movement, ALBA-TCP, which promotes engagement and fraternal ties between Latin America and Caribbean nations. By so doing, it can further help us navigate the economic and social challenges that we'll face from time to time. Resilience, inclusion, and sustainability, including the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, are key to shaping our present response to the current political, economic, and social crises. Antigua and Barbuda remains committed to the principles of respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, non-intervention, and certainly non-interference in internal affairs of states. These are among the values that underpin our relationship with our brother and sister countries in ALBA. We continue to stand with Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua, denouncing the unilateral coercive measures against them and reiterate our numerous calls for an end to the senseless embargo against Cuba and its people. Similarly, we stand with the government and people of Venezuela in support of its duly elected president, President-elect Nicolas Maduro. And we also take this opportunity to condemn the efforts of all who seek to interfere in the internal affairs of Venezuela, to recognize or perhaps forcefully to install any imposter who purports to be the president of Venezuela. Venezuela has one duly elected president. That is Nicolas Maduro. And Antigua and Barbuda recognize no other. So no Guaida 2.0 or any other. Comrades, the Bolivarian alliance, of which we are all proud members, can only achieve optimum social and economic well-being of our people if we work closely together in mutual solidarity. Our ALBA-TCP movement has survived 20 years and continue to thrive. Let us continue to collaborate and cooperate with each other to strengthen our movement for the benefit of all. Long live ALBA, long live the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, and its duly elected president, our brother and friend, Nicolas Maduro. I thank you.
Bueno, buenos consejos de la economía.
Very good advice.
Jugo verde esta hora,
I have
a las
the
6 de la tarde
green
me toca el
juice
jugo verde.
because at 6 o'clock I need to drink my green juice.
3 jugos al día.
3 juices
Uno en
a
ayuna,
day.
otro al mediodía y otro en la
One to
tarde.
breakfast
Oxigena todas las células.
at
El
noon
cerebro,
and
la
then
energía,
at this hour to
para uno estar
oxygenate
repotenciado.
our brain.
Con esto derroté a Guaidó
And is this with
y
this
con esto
juice that I
no habrá
defeated
Guaidó 2.0, ten la
Guaidó,
seguridad.
and we're going to
Con
ensure
el jugo verde,
that there
mira.
will be no
Guaidó
Guaidó
2.0 se quedará borrachito allá en
2.0.
las tascas de Madrid.
So the
Decía
aspirant
Carlos Mar también
to Guaidó 2.0
que la historia se
remain
presenta a veces
out.
primero como tragedia y
No,
luego como comedia.
Remember
Yo lo leí de Carlos Mar,
in the world, things happen first as a tragedy and then as a
Primero
comedy.
se
That's
presentó como tragedia, la
what
tragedia de Guaidó.
Marx said. So there was a tragedy
Y
of
ahora
Guaidó,
es una verdadera comedia.
and now it is a comedy
Guaidó
of errors.
2.0
The
alimentado
Guaidó
por la extrema derecha fascista y el
2.0
imperio
fed
estadounidense.
by
Subestiman
the ultra-fascist
al pueblo de
right
Venezuela.
and the
Subestiman
US
la fusión
administration.
popular militar
They underestimate
policial.
the Venezuelan people and
Y
the
por eso
power
es que
of our
siempre
military and
quedan
police alliance. So they will be
Antes
defeated.
después de tomar, yo
So
propondría,
I will propose now,
compañeros presidentes, primeros
dear
ministros,
brothers and
delegaciones,
sisters, head of
secretario general
State President,
de
Secretary
la
General
Organización de
of
Estados del ALBA,
the organization of the ALBA State.
secretario general de la OEA, pero del ALBA.
So is this the OES, but this is the organization
Se le
of
acabó el
States
tiempo
of
al Almagro,
ALBA.
¿no?
The
Al
Almagro time
directo
is
al basural de la
over.
historia, Luis
It
Almagro,
is straight
con gusanos
to the dustbin
incluidos.
of history,
Los
with
gusanos
worms
se lo
included.
comerán
The worms
crudo.
will eat him
Bueno,
up.
hablando de cosas positivas,
Well, but let's
yo
talk rather about
asumo
positive
la
things.
propuesta hecha por las
I
delegaciones
take up the proposal
desde el mes
made
de
by
enero,
delegations since January
reactivar la realización
to
de los consejos de ministros.
reactivate the
del
meeting
ALBA,
of the
más los
Council of
invitados
Ministers
especiales.
plus special guests.
Consejo de ministros
Council of
que aquí
Ministers,
priorizan, compañeros presidentes, el Consejo de Ministros de Agricultura para
Council
implementar
of
el plan
Ministers
productivo,
on Agriculture,
los consejos de ministros de Economía para
on
seguir integrando la
Economics,
propuesta
to
del Sucre
foster
y del Banco del
integration
ALBA,
of Sucre
el Consejo de
and
Ministros de Turismo
ALBA
y
Council
Transporte,
Tourism
lo haría
and
conjuntamente
Transport.
para
I should
potenciar lo que
do
propone
those
Gastón Brown,
Council of Ministers
el
to do what
Consejo de
Gaston Brown
Ministros de
proposed.
Energía
Council of Ministers on
y
Energy
el Consejo de
and the
Ministros
Council
de
of
Salud.
Ministers on Health.
Creo que por ahí pudiéramos empezar
So
el
I
primer
think
trimestre
we
de
could start
2025
in the
en
first quarter
ofensiva
of
gubernamental,
2025
unida,
in this
conjunta y
offensive
simultánea. Así que quiero
intergovernmental
darle también la
offensive. So I'd
palabra
like to give the
a
floor
nuestro maestro,
to our teacher,
el hombre que recoge la sabiduría
the guy
del
who
Caribe
gathers
ancestral,
the
admirado
knowledge and
por su pueblo y
wisdom
por los
of the
pueblos
ancestral
de nuestra América.
Caribbean, admired
Recientemente entregó de
by the
manera
peoples of our America
victoriosa
who
en
victoriously,
una gran
recently, in a major
de
summit,
la CELAC,
in
la
the
presidencia de la
successful
CELAC,
summit
y
of
sigue siendo,
CELAC,
bueno,
handed
uno de
over
los
the
guías
chair of CELAC, and he
fundamentales
remains
del ALBA,
one of
el
the
primer ministro de San Vicente y las Granadinas,
guides
compañero
of our
Raúl
region, the
González.
Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Raúl
Raúl.
González. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, my dear friend and comrade, President of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, and all colleagues present here today. I want to thank the government and people of Venezuela for their kind invitation to this 20th anniversary summit of ALBA, and to say how much we appreciate all the arrangements that have been made for us. We have listened to excellent speeches from all the preceding speakers, And I want to adopt everything that everyone has said thus far and to call what has been said my own. I shall therefore try not to repeat too much of what has been said, save and except where it is necessary and desirable to do so, but hopefully to add value to this conversation. I want to wish everyone who is listening a wonderful Christmas. I know this perhaps would be the last time we are seeing each other face to face before Christmas, and what I want for Christmas really is to see the results of this summit implemented. I begin by quoting a very important essay written by the Cuban patriot, anti-imperialist fighter and guide, national hero of Cuba, Jose Marti, in his famous essay of 1891 entitled Our America. And in it, among other things, Jose Marti discusses the importance of ideas and the manner in which ideas are made flesh, ideas which are shaped into something tangible to improve the lot of human beings. And this is what he said in 1891, which I want to embrace and apply to our current circumstances over 100 years later. He says, these are not times for going to bed in a sleeping cap, but rather like Juan de Castellano's men, with our weapons for a pillow, weapons of the mind, which vanquish all others. Trenches of ideas are worth more than trenches of stone. A cloud of ideas is a thing no armored prow can smash through. A vital idea set ablaze before the world at the right moment can, like the mystic banner of the Last Judgment, stop a fleet of battleships. Home tongues that are still strangers to one another must hurry to become acquainted like men who are about to do battle together. Those who shake their fists at each other like jealous brothers quarreling over a piece of land, or the owner of a small house who envies the man with a better one, must join hands and interlace them until the two hands are one. That is what happened 20 years ago with Fidel and Chavez in bringing together the idea of ALBA. This is a unique and extraordinary organization in its conceptualization, in its evolution, and in its delivery of results, delivery of outcomes beneficial to our people. There are 10 member states of ALBA, approximating roughly to 60 million people. ALBA has 9 countries washed by the Caribbean Sea and 1 Bolivia is landlocked. We are overwhelmingly an island or seaboard civilization organization. And we have been joined through the fever of history. It amazes me when people will ask, why is it that you're engaged with Cuba and Latin America and Venezuela? Well, first of all, we are prisoners of geography. We are in the same area. There is geographical closeness, and overwhelmingly, save and except for Bolivia, the Caribbean Sea is ours. These countries have all been shaped in their contemporary manifestations by a history of native genocide, the enslavement of African bodies, indentureship, colonialism, and imperialism. We are together in geography, we are in history. And through the fever of that history, we have all become compromises. But it is not because history has compromised us in our evolution as a Caribbean and Latin American civilization. Does it mean that we are compromising in relation to fundamental principles of life, living, and production? Our Caribbean and Latin American civilizations, and there's oneness and there are differences. But one thing for sure is that metaphorically, we are a veritable symphony. We are the songs of the indigenous people, the Amerindians, the Caribs, some people call them, but the Kalinago, the Garifuna. We are the rhythm of Africa. We are the melody of Europe. We are the chords of Asia. And we are the homegrown lyrics of the Caribbean and Latin America. Of course, through this evolution of our civilization, Latin American and Caribbean civilization, dissonances, like in all symphonies, do occur. But those dissonances are dealt with through the customs and traditions arising from the genius of our people or through our legitimate formal institutions. And as independent nation states, equal in international law, we have decided voluntarily to come together for the betterment of our people. The principles are on paper, and there's a document here before us which reaffirms the principles, purposes, and commitments of ALBA. And they're a good reminder. But more than the declaration of principles and purposes of ALBA, ALBA has grown out from the genius of our peoples. And I want us to reflect on this. There are some people today wish to make America white again. And they speak to the genius of their people. But we, our people, possess a profound genius. Because if we did not have this genius, the manner in which the harshness of history and the exploitation which we have been subjected to, that we have nevertheless built ourselves functioning societies at a reasonable level of human development. We have done so by our own selves, through our own institutions, and we have done so through our own image and likeness. Now, there is a general set of principles relating to democracy. Matters of choice, freedom, accountability, justice. But no one civilization possesses an absolute conception or practice of democracy. For instance, our English-speaking Caribbean have had a quote-unquote tutelage of Westminster democracy. But if the truth be told, the Westminster Whitehall model of the United Kingdom has not crossed the Atlantic very well. And to the extent that we have certain of its forms, it is true that many of its structures are very different, and their functioning are not precisely the same as in, quote unquote, the mother country. So that when a country preens itself in our hemisphere as the exemplar of democracy, I remind everyone that in 1951, in my country, all adult persons over the age of 21 could vote, whether you are white, brown, yellow, or black. But in the United States of America, black people could not vote in 1951, at least not overwhelmingly so. That is in my lifetime. I was born in 1946. While we were struggling in our Caribbean for independence in 1962, Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago became independent. But Martin Luther King was demonstrating in Washington in 1963 for the right of basic civil rights, which were promised black people at the time of the Declaration of Independence in the late 18th century in the United States of America. I'm not dumbing down the United States of America. I'm only making the point that different societies have evolved in different ways at different paces and shaped by a different set of circumstances. But all of a sudden, they have become extremely judgmental, and that they possess a manifest destiny to rule. In the year 2000, there was a a presidential election between George Bush, G.W. Bush Jr., and Albert Gore. The state of Florida determined the presidential elections. It went all the way up to the Supreme Court. You may recall, the first time I've heard about these things in all my studies of politics and elections, about hanging Chads and pregnant Chads. In fact, it appeared as though you had to be a Hebrew prophet to be able to discern who voted for whom, with all these different Chads which were pregnant and those which were hanging. Amazingly, it went all the way up to the Supreme Court. A verdict of 5-4 was returned. But the 5 persons who voted for the Republican George Bush to have won the election, the 5 justices, all 5 of them were nominated by Republican presidents. And the 4 who said that Al Gore was the winner were all nominated for approval by the US Senate by Democratic presidents. Well, no, they had their internal processes. That's their business. I'm not quarreling with them. I'm just only making an observation. Well, how can you now tell me, when the internal authorities in Venezuela made a declaration, that declaration by the electoral authorities was interrogated by the Supreme Court of Venezuela. And you want to tell me that you can stay outside and judge that the process which has taken place in Venezuela is inferior to a process that you have? Who gave you the authority to be an arbiter? And then you tell me that you are possessed of right reason. Your right reason led you in the United States, in Western Europe, to say that a man, not too long ago, who was celebrated as the president of Venezuela, that is to say Juan Guaido, I understand he's probably seeking a job as a taxi man somewhere in Miami or someplace else in the United States. I don't know what is his current position. But, and I wish him well, and I hope he gets his job as a taxi driver or the operator in an elevator in a building in Miami or New York or wherever. It doesn't really matter to me. I mean, that's his own. But they were going around saying that the international community recognized Guaido. 50-odd countries recognized Guaido. But you have 193 countries of the United Nations. How you become the international community when 53 or 55 recognized Guaido, and the rest of them said that the duly elected president was Nicolas Maduro. And more than that, the world has 8 billion people, and 7 billion in the 140-odd who recognize Maduro. And a golden billion somehow is more important than the rest of humanity. We are friends with the United States of America. And in many respects, we are all joined at the hip with the United States of America. It's the most powerful economy the world has ever seen. Even though Cuba has been striking out on its own independence, There's no Moses yet to part the narrow 90-mile waterway between Havana and Miami. So you are conjoined. The television stations show American films. I'm in the hotel, I turn on, I see CNN in the hotel. I see BBC, I see other stations too. There's a linkage in this multilateral world. What reason can there be? Because of the ideological requisites and the interests of monopoly capitalism and presidential politics of South Florida, that you have chosen to say that Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua are national security threats to the United States. It's laughable. And you pass a law and executive order on that. Of course, I have been trained to think that the law is right reason. But occasionally, the law is an ass. I saw a declaration made that Nicaragua, a country of 6 million people, is a national security threat to the United States. It's all the way down in Central America. How could reasonable people make such absurd declarations? Because you don't like what Ortega is doing? That's a matter for the Nicaraguan people, as it is a matter for the Venezuelan people and the Cuban people. And then you proclaim and you tell me that the central contradiction in today's world is between democracy and autocracy. The central contradiction in today's world is who gets what, when, where, and how. That has always been the central contradiction. Who gets the resources in the world? Who determines who to get the resources and how those resources are to be divided? That's where the central contradiction is. You can fool other people, but you certainly can't fool me as a student of history as to where what is the central contradiction? Was it a central contradiction between autocracy and democracy when the United States of America, the deep state, organized in 1973 the overthrow of a democratically elected government in Chile, led by Allende? I think that with President Trump, who is entering the White House in January, I think we need to have an intelligent conversation with him, with his Secretary of State, say, listen, we can live together peacefully as neighbors. We can, but we have to do so with respect for each other and without ideological preconditions. I am a person, and ALBA is, and that's why it's in Vincent and Grenadines that we are members of ALBA. This is a very special organization, and we have come together in love, in faith, with fresh hope, and in our region as a zone of peace. And I want to repeat those three virtues in addition to peace. Love, faith, and hope, and I say fresh hope. Because there are new circumstances in the world where we have to have fresh hope in going forward. These are virtues which are found in one of Paul's letters. Paul, servant of the Lord, called to be an apostle. One of his letters in the book of Corinthians, 1 Corinthians. And the United States is a Christian community. Love is a never fixed mark that looks on tempests and is never shaken. Love. You know, but one of the things is this. I've lived long enough to know that the declaration of love in general is not that which is the true mark of love. You can always declare, you go on a platform, you say, I love the people. You have to love in the particular. The homeless person, the unemployed person, the woman who is discriminated against because she's a woman, an ethnic minority discriminated against. You have to love in the particular, because it is that love which brings both joy and pain. Because if you do not love in the particular, you do not have any pain. But the joy of loving in the particular is a beautiful human experience. And I say to my American friends that ALBA is about love. It's about complementarity. And faith is embedded in it. The Pauline virtue, which says that faith is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of that which we have not yet seen. We are hoping for the fulfillment of the proposal of Agro-ALBA because we see that it has great potential. We have not yet seen the evidence, but we have faith that it will come about, and that is why it's defined as faith is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of that which we have not yet seen. And hope naturally is an expectation and desire for a certain thing to happen. And fresh hope in this extraordinarily complicated and difficult world in which we have now found ourselves. And in this extraordinarily difficult and complicated world, rather than persons who have recently been victorious in the United States of America, seeing this as an opportunity to engender peace and prosperity for all, that we live together. This is the 21st century. Instead, what do you get? You get an overwhelming sense that those who have been victorious think that they are omnipotent. And worse, they think that they are omniscient. They're all powerful and they're all knowing. Well, you know, not too long ago, when the Soviet Union collapsed. We were told that we have now reached the end of history, that we are in a unipolar world. Everybody has to worship at the altar of monopoly capitalism and a version of democracy as envisaged by the founding fathers in the United States of America. Well, unfortunately for those who have those illusions, the world is a more complicated and messy place, and contradictions do arise. It is part and parcel of life, living, and production. And we have a situation now where though we do not yet have a multipolar world, the dangers are that we are in transition from a unipolar world. The old order is dying, and the new is not yet quite born. And in that transition, there are enormous difficulties and complications. And if all of us who in leadership positions in the world are not careful, and particularly those who possess nuclear weapons and who have the power to do real harm, if they do not recognize that there are contradictory forces at play with legitimacy and with authenticity, the demands of the Cuban people to develop themselves in accordance with how they see fit. Why don't you let them and work together with them? They may influence you, you may influence them. Similarly, you wage a war against them for 60 years, 60 odd years, relentless, many times to kill Fidel. You use terror, because one of the worst forms of terror is to single out the leader of another country, deliberately to go about to kill him. And yet you put Cuba on the list of state sponsor of terrorism, when in fact in our Caribbean, certainly in my lifetime, the only act of terror was committed against a Cubana aircraft in October 1976, where 70-odd Cubans, Guyanese, and North Koreans were killed, and the persons who did the bombing were linked to the CIA, and none of them met justice for that particular act of terror. I am not saying anything, and I repeat, I love the American civilization. It has a vitality. It has a spirit. And a lot of our people from the Caribbean and Latin America like it too and go to it. But even those who go to it often with a heavy heart, because it possesses dimensions which are insufficiently human. And a better world is possible. A better world is possible. And we must have that conversation among ourselves to have a better world for all our peoples. Now, a system has been established in global institutions after 1945. To the victors, the spoils. They set up the business so in the United Nations that they will control things through the Security Council. They set it up in the IMF and the World Bank so that they can control things. Well, the world is a different place than it was then. It's changing. So we need substantive reforms. And we need a reform of the financial architecture. I am not saying that the World Bank has done no good. For me to say that would mean that I am not looking at the data. But the fact of the matter is this: it has not done anything near as good as it could reasonably have done if it had been shaped differently and if the reforms take place now and take into consideration the interests of developing countries. Climate change. Look, St. Vincent and the Grenadines is one of the most vulnerable countries in the world. I have been in office as Prime Minister since the general elections of March the 28th, 2001. So I've been Prime Minister for nearly 24 years. I've had to face periodic elections every 5 years. I have another election sometime before the end of next year. But the last election was November 2020. We have free and fair elections. People decide that they vote us. Despite all the propaganda. But governing a small island developing country like St. Vincent and the Grenadines is like going up a down escalator where the down escalator is moving faster than the upward movement. And what causes real problems, among other things, is climate change. Our contribution to global warming is non-existent, de minimis. In the 24 years, taking out the volcanic eruptions of April 2021 and COVID in the year 2020, we have had 12 serious natural disasters connected to climate change. The last one, July the 1st, Hurricane Beryl. The economic damage was 1/3 of our gross domestic product. The economic loss is in excess of that. I have to rebuild 6,000 houses. Those who are responsible for global warming and the increase in global temperature to above 1.5 degrees Celsius, above pre-industrial levels, they're not making any contribution to your rebuilding. But why I say the genius of our people, despite all those natural disasters, we have been able, in real terms, to more than double the average per capita income in our country and to lift our country from a medium level of human development to a high level of human development. And I want to put on record that one of the integration movements to which we belong, which has made a significant contribution to the lifting in the development of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, is ALBA, through the ALBA Bank, through Petrocarib, and through practical cooperation between ALBA members, especially Cuba and Venezuela. I don't have to quote chapter and verse. The evidence is there for anybody who wants to see that. No. When I say to the United States, my friends, and I hope they're listening to me, and I'm taking a little time on it because this broadcast, I think, goes worldwide. Under Petro-Carib, every single year during the Petro-Carib agreement, and I want the people of Venezuela to know this, we didn't get the fuel at a price cheaper than the world market price. We got it at the same price as Venezuela as a good member in standing in OPEC, at level. Where we got the advantage is that the financing arrangement assisted us, because rather than paying cash up front, it came as a loan at a very low rate of interest, and Fidel and Chavez worked this out as part of the ALBA arrangements. And the business continued. And every year, therefore, rather than going to borrow money expensively, there was a pot of money to be had here on this financial arrangement, which I was able to take to put to housing, to put to education, and to deal with poverty in my country. By carrying out against Venezuela a vengeful policy of sanctions with no objective basis other than vengeance and punishment, punitive. You weaponize the US dollar. You kill Petro-Carib. The Americans, by sanctioning Venezuela, had collateral damage to countries which they call their friends in the Eastern Caribbean, which are member states of ALBA. The same way that the sanctions have contributed to financial and material hardship in Cuba, and as the rapporteur in 2021, the UN rapporteur said about Venezuela, that the sanctions cause persons in Venezuela, ordinary working people, to go into poverty. I want the American people and the American leaders to understand this. Now we are at a complicated moment in history. Men and women make history, but only to the extent that the circumstances of history permit them so to make. We do not make history in circumstances chosen by ourselves. We make history in circumstances inherited from the past and what has arisen in contemporary circumstances. Part of the problem, of course, is that some of what is inherited from the past are ideas in the heads of men and women which oftentimes weigh like a nightmare on their brain. And you have to free yourself from those ideas which weigh like a nightmare on your brain if you have to emancipate yourself to go to a higher level of life, living, and production in the interest of the peoples of all the world. Now, I don't want to say anything here today about the conflict in the Ukraine, except to call for peace. But I have to say something about Gaza. I wrote a letter recently to President Biden, President Putin, President Zelensky, and the Secretary General of the United Nations about peace in Ukraine. Gaza. There's a resolution here, a declaration here on Palestine, which I support 100%. And Palestine, you know, I'll tell a little story. Big powers, those in quest of hegemony, tend to ignore that other peoples have histories. All of us have histories. And to understand how the thing runs, we have to ask our grandparents and our parents, and we have to ask our daughters and our sons. And to understand the compromises that history has made all of us. And the purpose of asking our whole daughter, asking our parents and grandparents and our daughters and our sons, the purpose of doing that is to make a whole daughter and a whole son out of the compromises that the fever of history has made us. And to do so, we have to come home to ourselves. I went in the year 2009 to Iran when President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad was president. And as a consequence of that visit, I went to the Vatican, I went to Portugal, I went to the Vatican, I saw Pope Benedict. He even gave me a mission to take to Iran. But a large contingent of persons came from the State Department after I returned from Iran to talk to me as to why did you go to Iran? So I told them, I said, I don't understand the question. They said, well, it's okay, we don't mean that you don't have the sovereign right to go. I said, listen, among friends, I wouldn't raise the fig leaf of sovereignty, but I don't understand the question. So I'm going to answer your question, which I don't understand, with a question to you. Would you please tell me where in the Hebrew Bible, or indeed the New Testament, do I meet the United States of America? They said they didn't understand. I say, well, you know, in the book of Daniel, in the Old Testament, there's the Persian Empire. Iran is the successor to the Persian Empire. I said, Daniel was a Jewish prophet, a Hebrew prophet, and he was the chief administrator for the king of Persia. I say, every people have their history. The Palestinian people have their own history, and they have their land. There is a Palestinian civilization. The Palestinians are not temporary occupants of any land. They are in permanent residence of that land, which they are claiming from time immemorial. And they are also in that area all the Hebrew people who have lived there. And the Hebrews and the Palestinians used to live together. And then a doctrine of Zionism arose. And if you speak to this, people may say that you're anti-Semitic. Well, I have grown up in a manner, in a way, where I have absolutely no prejudice in relation to anything or any person. I don't have any of those bones in my body.
Netanyahu is not the reincarnation of Moses. Netanyahu wants to wipe out the Palestinian civilization, wipe them out completely. And what he's doing, everybody knows, everybody who has the slightest conscience, whether your conscience is derived from with no belief in any divine being, whether you're a Hindu, a Christian, a believer in Judaism, you're a Buddhist, whatever, you know that what is being done is wrong and it is sinful. But because of power arrangements, the United States of America has prevented a ceasefire. Never mind the talking about a ceasefire, because there are many occasions before the United Nations Security Council the question of the ceasefire came about, and the entire world said yes, except the United States of America. That is a blot on the conscience and the civilization of those who represent that civilization in the United States of America. It's a complicated question, but I want us, as we have done here, to make a call, as the United Nations has done, the General Assembly and 14 members of the Security Council said, we must have a ceasefire. Let's have a conversation and let's bring about peace in the Middle East. Now there are three paths. PATHS, where we can go forward. One, we can roll over and play dead to imperialism and hegemony. Or we can strategically accommodate ourselves to imperialism, which means leave it to do what it wants. Or thirdly, we can take the path of creative resistance and reconstruction. ALBA is about creative resistance and reconstruction. I want to let everybody who is listening to me know, I have a grandson just born. He was born in the United States of America. His father is Haitian American. His grandfather, his mother is Vincentian, so he's entitled in law at the moment to American citizenship, to Haitian citizenship, and to Vincentian citizenship. I want to see my grandson, who takes his first name from Hugo Chavez, to be in an America of peace, of love, of faith, and of fresh hope. I want him to be in a St. Vincent and the Grenadines with those same values, and also in the great Republic of Haiti, those same values. I do not in any way at all have anything other than huge admiration for the American civilization. Warts and all, because I don't expect purity anywhere.
Nicholas Guillen taught me that in the poem, I declare myself an impure man. But we must be on this earthly city the best we can in peace, in love, in faith, and in fresh hope. That is why St. Vincent and the Grenadines is a long-standing member of ALBA, and ALBA is a force for good. Thank you very much.
Bueno, le agradezco mucho al primer ministro Hugo Ralph González, el abuelo de Hugo Ralph.
My grandson is Hugo Ralph.
Grandson is Hugo Ralph.
In fact, he's Hugo Ralph Joseph. Joseph from the Hebrew people who was sold by his brothers into slavery and rose in Pharaoh's land of Egypt. So it relates to the same things that I've been speaking about.
No hay que olvidar que
We must not forget
estamos en Navidad.
that we are actually in the time of Christmas, and we Christians celebrate during this time
Del niño Jesús,
the arrival, the birth of baby Jesus,
un niño palestino
a Palestinian child
que nació de su padre
that was
palestino,
born
José,
from a Palestinian
y su
father
madre palestina, María,
and his Palestinian mother
que
Mary,
nació en Belén,
that
tierra
was
de
born
Palestina,
in Bethlehem, which is Palestine
que se
land,
educó una buena parte en
who
Nazaret,
grew
Palestina,
up in Nazareth, which is part of
entró
Palestine,
en Jerusalén
and who went to
con un
Jerusalem with
a sacar a los mercaderes del templo,
attacking the
capturado,
merchants at the temple,
torturado
who was
pública y
captured
brutalmente
and tortured
y
publicly
asesinado
and
de la
murdered
peor forma que se
in the
se
worst
mataba
way
a los
possible,
criminales
that they
más
used
oprobiosos
to
de la
kill
época.
the worst criminals
Primero lo
during
mataron
that time.
físicamente
They
y después
killed
trataron de
him
matarlo moralmente.
first physically, and then
Nuestro
they
Señor
tried to kill
Jesucristo.
him morally, our
Celebramos en el mes
Lord
de diciembre
Jesus Christ. And we celebrate
llegada
in December
del niño
the
palestino
arrival of the Palestinian
que se
child
convirtió
who then
en el
became
mártir palestino
the martyr,
que
the
cambió
Palestinian
la
martyr
época.
that
Estamos
changed
en la
his
era de
times.
Cristo,
We are in the era of
No
Christ,
podemos olvidar jamás
precisely,
eso. Quiero
and we
darle la
can never
palabra
forget that.
al ex
And
canciller
I
de
would like
Palestina,
to give the
asesor del
floor
presidente
to the Chancellor,
Mahmoud
former Chancellor
Abbas,
Mahmoud Abbas,
al
assessor of the
compañero
President Mahmoud Abbas,
y
Maliki.
bienvenido a Palestina con
Welcome
toda su
to
fuerza
Palestine
y
with
ejemplo
all your
en
strength
esta sala
and your
del
example
ALBA.
in this ALBA session.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Su Excelencia,
Your Excellency,
Nicolás Maduro
President
Moros,
Nicolás Maduro Moros,
Presidente de la República
President
Bolivariana de
of the
Venezuela,
Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela,
Excellencias,
Your Excellencies,
Presidente Miguel
President
Díaz-Canel,
Miguel Díaz-Canel,
Presidente
President Daniel Ortega,
Primer Ministro
Prime
Ralph
Minister
González,
Ralph Gonsalves,
distinguidos delegados,
distinguished delegates,
amigas y amigos,
friends,
señoras,
ladies
señores.
and gentlemen.
Para comenzar,
To begin,
permítanme en nombre de su Excelencia
allow
Mahmoud
me,
Abbas,
on behalf of His
Presidente del Estado de
Excellency
Palestina,
Mahmoud Abbas, President of the State of
expresar
Palestine,
nuestro más
to
sincero
express
agradecimiento
our
a su Excelencia el Presidente Nicolás Maduro
thanks
y a los
to
Estados
President
miembros
Nicolás
de la
Maduro
Alianza
and the member
Bolivariana
states of the
para los
Bolivarian
pueblos de
Alliance
nuestra
for
América,
the peoples
ALBA,
of our America,
por
ALBA,
darnos
for
la
giving us
oportunidad
the
de estar
opportunity
presentes
to
aquí
be present
como
here
invitados
as
especiales.
special
Es
guests.
un profundo honor
It is a deep honor
dirigirme a esta histórica cumbre.
to invite
Esta
me
reunión
to this
refleja
historical
el
summit
compromiso
and this meeting
compartido
shows
de las
the
naciones
shared
decididas a
commitment of the
defender
nations
la
which
justicia, la
are decided
soberanía
to
y
defend
la dignidad frente a
sovereignty
los
and the
desafíos
dignity
persistentes.
facing the challenges, the persistent challenges. ALBA
Representa más que una
represents
alianza política o
more than a
económica.
political alliance
Es una
or an
manifestación
economical
del
alliance.
invencible
It is a
espíritu
manifestation
humano
of the
y un
invincible human
compromiso con
spirit
los
and a
principios
commitment
universales
with the
de solidaridad,
principles of
justicia y
solidarity,
resistencia
justice, and
contra la
resistance
opresión.
against oppression.
Nacida de la visión y el coraje
Born out of
de
the
dos líderes
courage of two
extraordinarios,
leaders and their vision,
los
two extraordinary leaders,
Hugo Chávez y
Commander
Fidel
Hugo
Castro.
Chavez and
Esta
Fidel Castro.
alianza es un testimonio
This
vivo
alliance is a
del poder de
testimony
la
of
determinación
the
colectiva
determination,
para desafiar
collective
al
determination to
imperialismo
challenge
y
imperialism
promover un orden
and promote
más
a world order
equitativo
that can be more equitable and
Estos
fair.
principios
These
rectores
principles, these guiding
resuenan
principles,
profundamente con la lucha palestina por
resound
la
with the
libertad,
Palestinian struggle
la
for
justicia,
freedom,
la
justice,
autodeterminación y el fin
self-determination
de la ocupación
of the
colonial.
peoples and the end of the colonial occupation.
El pueblo palestino encuentra una
The
profunda
Palestinian people
inspiración
finds
en este legado
inspiration
compartido.
in this shared
Durante
legacy.
más de 7 décadas, nuestro
During
pueblo ha
for 7
resistido
decades,
el
our people
despojo
have resisted
sistemático,
the
la ocupación
plundering, the
colonial
occupation,
y sus
the
políticas
colonial
de apartheid,
occupation of their and their
y los
apartheid policies,
incesantes
and
intentos
the
de borrar su identidad
never-ending
y
attempts to eliminate our existence and our
paralelismos
identity.
entre nuestras
The
historias
parallels between
son
our histories
innegables.
cannot be
Así
denied.
como las naciones del ALBA
Just the same way
lucharon
as
por su
ALBA
soberanía y dignidad,
nations
los
struggle for their
palestinos siguen
dignity
resistiendo
and freedom,
una
Palestinians
ocupación
continue
que
to
les
resist
niega
an
sus
occupation
derechos más
that denies them
fundamentales.
their most fundamental
historia
rights.
compartida
This history,
subraya
this
la
shared
verdad
history,
universal
highlights
de
the
que la lucha
universal
por la
truth
justicia
that the
es
fight for
indivisible.
justice cannot be divided.
Como dijo su excelencia,
As
nuestro querido
His
presidente
Excellency,
Nicolás Maduro,
President Nicolás Maduro said,
Palestina es la
Palestine
patria de la
is the
humanidad.
homeland of
La
mankind.
batalla más importante
The
de la
most
humanidad
important battle of
es por la
mankind
liberación
is
de
for
Palestina.
the freedom of Palestine.
Esta poderosa afirmación
This powerful
captura la
affirmation
esencia de nuestra
captures
lucha
the essence of our
compartida por la
struggle,
justicia,
shared
la
by
libertad
justice,
y la
freedom,
dignidad.
and dignity.
Las naciones del ALBA
The nations of
no solo
ALBA
han reconocido
not only have
estos
recognized
paralelismos,
these
sino que
parallelisms,
han
but
traducido
have also
su
translated
solidaridad
their
en acciones
solidarity into concrete
Países como
action.
Venezuela,
Countries like
Bolivia,
Venezuela,
Nicaragua
Bolivia,
y Cuba
Nicaragua,
han
and Cuba
adoptado
have
posturas
adopted
valientes y de
courageous
principios
postures with
acortar
principles
o negarse a establecer
to
lazos diplomáticos
cut
con la
or
ocupación israelí.
not create new
Estas
diplomatic
acciones,
bonds with
basadas en el
Israel.
derecho internacional
These positions
y la
based in
claridad
international
moral
law and
envían un mensaje
moral clarity
rotundo al
send
mundo
a
de que la
powerful
justicia
message to the world
y la
that
rendición de
justice
cuentas no
and
son
accountability cannot be
Las naciones del
negotiated.
ALBA
The
han
nations of
demostrado al
ALBA
mundo
have shown
que
to
la
the world
justicia
that
exige
justice
coraje
demands
voluntad
courage
de
and the will
desafiar
to
los
defy
sistemas
the systems
arraigados de
that have
hegemonía,
roots
poder,
in the
opresión
hegemony,
y
power,
dominación.
and oppression of and domination.
La franja de Gaza hoy
The Gaza
es un
Strip
duro
today,
recordatorio
it's
del
a
fracaso de la comunidad
memory
internacional a la
for
hora
the
de actuar
international
con
community
decisión contra las violaciones
in
del
their
derecho
failure
internacional
to
por
act
parte de Israel.
against violations of
La
international
catástrofe
law by
humanitaria en
Israel.
Gaza no es casual.
The situation
Es
is
la
not just
consecuencia
by
directa
cause.
del
It's the direct
bloqueo
consequence
y la
of the
ocupación
blockade
ilegal de
and
Israel.
illegal occupation of
Más de
Israel.
45,000
Over
personas,
45,000
la mayoría
people,
de ellos
the
mujeres y
majority of
niños,
them, men,
han sido
women, and children,
asesinados
have
en
been
los
murdered
recientes
in
agresiones.
the recent
Se ha
aggressions.
destruido
They have
infraestructura crítica y más del
destroyed critical
85% de
infrastructure,
Gaza
and over
ha quedado
85% of Gaza
inhabitable.
is now
Los ataques
uninhabitable.
celebrados contra
The
civiles,
attacks against
la
civilians,
negación de ayuda humanitaria,
the
el
refusal
uso
of humanitarian aid, and the use of force, the indiscriminate use of force, constitute crimes against humanity and war crimes based on the Statute of Rome of the Penal International Court. It is not simply a symptom of a wider conflict. It is an attempt to annihilate the Palestinian people in the face of the world. The situation in other areas is not easier. The Israeli forces have strengthened their attack, while the people who are colonizing the area and are attacking the Palestinians are even more violent now. The terrorism acts, including arson, provocated arson, physical aggression, and the destruction of homes and agricultural land happens with impunity, usually under the protection of the occupation forces. These practices deepen the suffering of the Palestinian people and endanger the stability of the whole region. The violations that continue to happen in Palestine not only represent moral failures, but also grave violations of international law. The impunity given to Israel affects the basis of the legal international order and harms the conscience of the world in the different mechanisms that are designed to defend justice and accountability. Your Excellencies, we will call upon the international community to act with decision, and this includes to end the genocide that is happening in Gaza, guaranteeing a ceasefire, an immediate ceasefire, and the access of humanitarian help, to try the criminals for war crimes and crimes against mankind through mechanisms like the International Penal Court, which has already issued warrants against Netanyahu and Gallant. So we call upon all the countries to apply the decision of the Criminal Court, the International Criminal Court, to apply the solution of two states in accordance with the 1967 borders, with Eastern Jerusalem as capital of the Palestinian state, as demands international law and the resolutions of UN, to guarantee justice and reparations for the denial for decades of the Palestinian sovereignty, and facilitate the materialization of the Palestinian state, as well as a fair solution, fair and equitable solution for the Palestinian refugees in accordance with Resolution 194, to end the Israeli occupation and dismantle their infrastructure, their colonial infrastructure, to support the membership, full membership of Palestine in the UN and its recognition as a sovereign state, to strengthen the international solidarity following the example of the ALBA nations, to reject the normalization of the Israeli occupation. The Palestinian struggle is not a conflict between equals, but a struggle for justice, freedom, and the restoration of the rights that are part of international law. The impunity given to Israel for its violations not only prolongs the suffering of the Palestinian people, but also affects the world conscience with respect to the state, the rule of law. History
recordará
will
a
remember
quienes se pusieron
those
del
who
lado de la
stood
justicia.
on the side
La
of justice.
solidaridad
Solidarity
duradera del ALBA con
of
Palestina
ALBA with
no es
Palestine, lasting solidarity of ALBA with Palestine is
de la
a
demanda
testimony
universal
of
de
the
libertad
universal
y del
demand
poder
for
transformador
freedom
de la
and of the
resistencia
transformative
colectiva.
power of the collective resistance. Thank you very much.
Viva Palestina libre.
Long live free Palestine.
Hay una declaración especial que ha
There's
sido
a special
aprobada
declaration that has been
manera
approved unanimously
por los países
by the countries
del ALBA,
of ALBA,
donde se declara como
where
invitado
we
permanente
declare
con la
as
categoría de
permanent
país hermano
guest
de
with the category of brother
ALBA-TCP. A
country
partir de esta cumbre
in
y de aquí en
ALBA-TCP from
adelante
this summit
se
on,
incorpora al ALBA-TCP
and
con
from
una
now
nueva
on will be
cualidad.
part of ALBA-TCP.
Y hablando, Maliki,
And
querido hermano y
speaking,
compañero,
Maliki, my dear brother and partner,
algún día,
someday,
y llegará el día
and that day will come, because it will come,
que haremos una cumbre
that we will have
del
a
ALBA con el
summit, we
pueblo
will hold a
palestino en
summit of
Jerusalén.
ALBA with the Palestinian people in
Lo
Jerusalem. You will
Lo
see
verán.
it,
Inshallah,
inshallah,
inshallah, inshallah.
inshallah.
En Jerusalén libre, otra
In
vez
free
Jerusalén de
Jerusalem.
los pueblos.
Now
Otra
the
vez Jerusalén
Jerusalem
para la
of the people,
convivencia
again,
entre judíos,
Jerusalem for
cristianos,
the
musulmanes
living
y todos los
together
pueblos
of
del
the
mundo.
Christians and the
Otra vez tierras
Muslims and the
sagradas
Palestine.
en manos de los
Again,
pueblos
the sacred lands,
y no de las
the Holy
élites
Land in
imperialistas,
the hands of the people and not in the hands of the imperialist Nazi Zionist elites.
Están en una etapa
They are
delirante,
in a
borrachos
delirious stage. They are
de odio y de
drunken
poder.
with hate and power.
Pero creo que más poder tuvo
But
Hitler
I think that Hitler had more power,
y el ejército rojo
and the Red Army
les partió su prepotencia y soberbia.
cut their
Creo que no sacan lecciones de la historia. Si algo es una causa del
cut their
humana,
act.
hoy por hoy,
If there
la
is
causa más justa de la
any
humanidad es la
cause,
causa
any
palestina.
fair cause for
Lo digo
mankind,
como cristiano.
it's the Palestinian cause. And I
Lo digo
say
como
this
cristiano.
as a
Y se
Christian.
lo digo a los pueblos
And I
cristianos,
say this to Christian
católicos,
peoples, to Catholic peoples,
a nuestro hermano el Papa
to
Francisco,
our brother Pope
que levante
Francis,
su voz, el
to
Papa
raise
Francisco,
his voice.
por los derechos
The
del
Pope
pueblo
should raise his
palestino,
voice for the
a su
rights of
tierra,
the
a su
Palestinian
historia, a su
people, to
legado,
their history, to
a su
their legacy,
independencia y
to
a su
their
paz.
lands, to their independence
también
and
se
their
lo
peace.
digo,
And
mis hermanos
I say this
musulmanes,
to my Muslim brothers
una alianza
and
histórica
sisters. A historic alliance,
invencible
invincible,
tiene que darse de
needs
los
to be
cristianos,
formed
católicos,
of
musulmanes
Christian,
y de
Muslim,
todos los pueblos del
Catholics,
mundo
and all the
para
peoples
llevar a
of the world
Palestina a la
to
victoria,
bring
a la
Palestine
victoria
to
completa y
victory,
total.
full victory.
Bueno, hay muchas cosas
Well,
todavía.
there are
Hemos ido
many
informando.
things yet, and we have been
Hemos
informing
recibido también
of many of them. We
las
have also
propuestas de
received
trabajo que
the
han circulado
proposals, the working
del
proposals
Consejo de Movimientos
that
Sociales
have
del
been
ALBA, que ha
circulated by the
deliberado
social
en
movements
el
of
transcurso
ALBA,
de estos
which
3
have
días.
deliberated in this past 3 days.
Todas sus propuestas
All of your
están en nuestras
proposals
manos,
are in our hands
nos
now.
han llegado
We have received
y
them, and
como ustedes lo dicen aquí,
as you say here,
nos vemos el 10 de enero,
we will see each
el
other on
Consejo de
January
Movimientos
10th,
Sociales del
the
ALBA,
Council of
para que miles
Movements
de
of
líderes
ALBA,
sociales
so that thousands
de
of social
35
leaders
países
of
juren
35
junto al pueblo de
countries
Venezuela,
can receive an oath,
juren
pledge their
por la
oath
paz
for peace, together with the people of
y por la
Venezuela,
patria,
for peace
la
and
patria
for
grande.
the great homeland.
Ya saben, pues ustedes lo aprobaron.
So you know it because it's been
Aquí me
approved
llegó
by
firmado.
you. I received it
Nos
already
esperamos para el
signed.
10 de enero.
So we expect for you to be here
Bueno,
on,
ya
this,
vamos
on
llegando
January
casi al
10th.
final
We are about to finalize
esta cumbre por el 20 aniversario.
This summit of the 20th
darle la
anniversary,
palabra al jefe
and
de
I
la
would like
delegación
to give the floor
de San Cristóbal y
to the
Nieves,
chief of the delegation of St. Kitts
buen
and
amigo,
Nevis,
ex
beloved
ministro,
friend,
hoy canciller,
former Prime Minister,
Denzel Douglas.
Denzel Douglas.
Bienvenido, Denzel.
Welcome, Denzel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, our distinguished President Maduro, for this opportunity to address this historically significant summit of heads of state and government of the Bolivarian Alliance for the Peoples of our Americas, People's Trade Treaty, that is ALBA-TCP. I bring you, Your Excellency, and of course all of our distinguished heads and colleagues and our brother from Palestine, greetings from the Prime Minister, Dr. Terence Drew of St. Kitts and Nevis, and prefer you his regrets and apologies for not being able to be here with you on behalf of the government and people of St. Kitts and Nevis. We thank you, Your Excellency, for your warmth of welcome today and for the excellent arrangements that you have provided us as our host. Your Excellency, as we commemorate the 20th anniversary of the founding of ALBA-TCP, in this, our 24th Summit of Heads of ALBA-TCP, we have invoked the memories of the two giants, that is, Commander Fidel Castro and Commander Hugo Chavez, who are credited with its founding. And today we reaffirm our own commitment to the Cuban-Venezuela Joint Declaration and the agreement for the implementation of ALBA, the same declaration and agreement which we memorialize and maybe immortalize today. Your Excellency, St. Christopher and Nevis reaffirms its membership of ALBA-TCP today. St. Christopher and Nevis yet again declares its own forward march in support of the solidarity with the consolidation of democracy and freedom of the peoples of the Caribbean and Latin America, emphasizing, of course, that none in the Americas should be left behind. And so again, St. Kitts and Nevis, as a government and representing its citizens, express solidarity with the peoples of Haiti, of Cuba, of Venezuela, of Bolivia, Nicaragua, and all member states of the region who continue to live under constant threats of dominance, and those who, like Palestine, are dying from continued war. I use this opportunity to emphasize that the government of St. Kitts and Nevis is totally committed to advance the improvement of the lives of our people at home through inclusive development, social support programs in education, modern health care services, modern improvement in affordable housing, renewable energy, security, expanded and modernized infrastructure, inclusive of ICT, and expanded connectivity in order to bridge the digital divide among us. We shall continue to embrace AI, and thus we will make sure that the Agro-ALBA project, on which we have already signed earlier today for food security, that this will definitely assist us in achieving St. Kitts and Nevis as a sustainable island state by the year 2030 and maybe just beyond. Your Excellency, we intend to cooperate and work with all of our colleagues, all within the sphere of ALBA-TCP, in order to achieve these lofty goals. We are committed to work collectively and individually for freedom, for the advancement and solidarity of ALBA-TCP, not only for another 20 years, but maybe for another 200 years, if it means that. Today, we yet again reaffirm our commitment to a better world for all of us. As again I emphasize, none of us must be left behind. In closing, Your Excellency, I remind you that you have been duly re-elected for a purpose. And that purpose, of course, is to lead your people. So, Your Excellency, continue to lead as the duly elected President of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. And I'm sure your people will continue their full support of you now and in the future. All the best for the Christmas season and Happy New Year as well. Thank you.
Amén. Amén.
Amen.
Nos llegó un regalo bien
Amen.
bonito
We
de los
received a
movimientos
beautiful gift
independentistas
from the
puertorriqueños.
independence movement from
Discursos
Puerto
de
Rico.
Juan Marí Brás, la
The
libertad de los despojados.
statements from the freedom
Que viva
of
Puerto Rico
those
libre.
who have been dispossessed. Long live free Puerto Rico.
Está pendiente en la agenda de Bolívar y de Sucre, Puerto
It
Rico.
is that's
Quedó
still
pendiente.
pending in the agenda of Bolivar
Bueno,
and Sucre.
también quiero entregar la
Now
palabra
I would like to give the
al
floor
presidente
to
del
the
Parlamento
President of
de Santa Lucía,
the Parliament of
Claudius
St. Lucia,
Francis.
Claudius Francis.
Bienvenido.
Welcome.
Welcome. Santa Lucía. Allá fuimos a visitar a Jean-Baptiste Bidieu.
To visit
Juan
Jean-Baptiste
Bautista lo llamaron
Bidieu.
aquí. Héroe de la
He was
independencia
a hero
venezolana
of
y
the
suramericana.
Venezuelan and South American
Nacido en
independence.
Santa Lucía,
He was born in St. Lucia,
quien murió combatiendo
and he died
en la defensa
fighting in the
de la Casa
defense
Fuerte,
of the
allá en
strong house
Barcelona.
there
Ahí
in
quedó
Barcelona.
su sangre y quedaron sus huesos.
His blood was
Honor y
shed
gloria
there, and
a
his
Jean-Baptiste
bones lay
Bidieu.
there. Honor
Bienvenido.
and glory to Jean-Baptiste Bidieu. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, President Maduro, other heads of state and governments, heads of delegations. I bring you greetings from the land of the fastest woman in the world. Let me express, President, the regrets of our Prime Minister, Honorable Philip J. Pierre, who wished to be here, but regrettably could not be. Our Foreign Minister, Honorable ALBA-Baptiste, who wished to also be present and had been planning to attend this year's Political Council meeting, as he does each year, is also unavailable to participate and has requested that I convey his regrets to the government and people of Venezuela and our ALBA-TCP Political Council. It is, President, with profound pleasure that I address this August gathering of our 25th meeting of the ALBA-TCP Political Council in the beautiful city of Caracas, where our unforgettable Latin American Viking for the liberation of Venezuela, and indeed of so many other Latin American countries, General Simon Bolivar walked these streets 2 centuries ago and engaged in the constant enlightenment of the Venezuelan people to fight against the colonization of Venezuela by Spain. And as a St. Lucian official, I never get tired of reminding our Venezuelan and other Latin American Caribbean comrades of the great pride of the people of St. Lucia each time we remember that our valiant son, born in the small village of Deriso Miku, Lieutenant Jean-Baptiste Bidot, a soldier in General Bolivar's army, stood loyally and resolutely by General Bolivar's side in that unrelenting struggle against Spanish imperialism and colonialism. St. Lucians take particular pride in the unforgettable knowledge that Lieutenant Bidot had the distinct honor of once saving the life of General Simon Bolivar at a particular moment in that endless campaign for the liberation of Venezuela, and thereby cementing forever that extra special relationship between Venezuela and St. Lucia. This uniquely revolutionary relationship has withstood the trials and tribulations of many years of anti-imperial and anti-colonial struggle. And today, as we take our Latin American and Caribbean liberation struggles to qualitatively new heights, St. Lucia is privileged to take our place amongst the countries that raise the flag of our unbreakable ALBA-TCP solidarity. Today's discussions aim to examine general initiatives and ideas, highlighting proposed strategies and activities in the pivotal sectors of our organization's strategic 5-year action plan towards the year 2030 in our 5 agreed areas of action, namely economic, political, social, cultural, and communications. Very recently, my Prime Minister, Honorable Philip J. Pierre, in a keynote address at the 16th edition of the Medias Forum in Morocco, laid out 9 basic principles, which he referred to as his wish list for greatly enhanced international governance and a better quality of life for all on the planet. These principles, as articulated by the Prime Minister, all mesh with the objectives of our ALBA-TCP Strategic Agenda 2030. In the economic sphere, St. Lucia continues to focus on the several economic growth and development sectors, including the tourism sector, wherein St. Lucia has been blessed by nature with several comparative advantages. Thus, the St. Lucian economy continues to consolidate our strengths in this area of economic growth and development. More recently, as regards ALBA-TCP tourism growth and development initiatives, St. Lucia has been participating in the ALBA-TCP tourism fairs. One of the crucial economic principles observed by Prime Minister Pierre was, and I quote, the realization by the developed world that a more equitable share of world resources and a lesser gap between the rich and the poor is in everyone's best interest, unquote. The Prime Minister continued, and I quote, a world economic and financial system that understands the vulnerability of microstates like St. Lucia and understands that the conventional means that measure economic activity are not adequate for the loan financing needs, unquote. St. Lucia actively participates in all ALBA-TCP activities that seek the progressive and relentless dismantling of imperialist and neo-colonialist structures and initiatives in Latin America and the Caribbean, as we hold steadfastly to the principles that promote such progressive political action. Just last week, for example, during an activity at the local level, when the Cuban Eye Care Brigade in St. Lucia was recommencing more active operations after a long post-COVID-19 hiatus in the benefit of thousands of needy citizens, Prime Minister Pierre took the opportunity to once again call for the discontinuation of the cruel and unjust economic, commercial, and financial blockade of Cuba. Permit me to again quote from the Prime Minister as follows: "The world must commit to stronger joint cooperation and an end of the veto power in the United Nations Security Council, where a majority of votes can be overcome by a single vote. This must be wrong." St. Lucia will continue to be an active participant in ALBA-TCP strategic alliances that aim to bring a constantly improved quality of life for our citizens, as ALBA-TCP member states continue to pursue joint activities resulting in improved standards of living, resolving existing impediments in housing, healthcare, education, disaster management, food security. These pursuits will mesh with the Prime Minister's wish, quote, that advanced economies pursue policies that improve the quality of life for the people, and in particular, those who live in poverty, and give greater prominence to improved education, housing, energy, and food security for the 1.1 billion people who live in acute poverty. St. Lucia will participate actively in the various strategic and programmatic initiatives set out in our ALBA-TCP 2030 strategic plan. And another component of the Prime Minister's speech yet again coincides with that proposed collaborative course of action in our ALBA-TCP strategic planning and implementation. This particular item of the Prime Minister's Morocco pronouncements reads as follows, and I quote, that countries commit to continuous dialogue and pursue policies that do not promote discrimination on the basis of religion, race, creed, gender, and the digital divide, unquote. Actions under that principle will mesh with numerous initiatives under the rubric of deepening cultural and social relations among ALBA and TCP member states, contributing to the further enhancement of the integration in various spheres of human endeavor. St. Lucia will continue to be a very active player in all ALBA-TCP communications initiatives during the next 5 years of strategic planning and implementation activities, consequent with St. Lucia's clear priorities, with a constant enhancement of a greater socialization of our community relations is concerned. In fact, at the very inception of Prime Minister Phillips JP's new governance administration, the renewed appointment of an ambassador to ALBA-TCP and CELAC left no doubt in the minds of the regional community that the Prime Minister greatly values the continued and sustained integration aspirations of our community of Latin American and Caribbean states, CELAC, and the smaller but no less dynamic ALBA-TCP grouping. An active ALBA-TCP communications agenda is vital to the attainment of the dynamic levels of interaction that are necessary to make the ALBA-TCP integration entity the successful integration and solidarity mechanism it is meant to be. The Prime Minister also looks forward to freeing up billions of dollars presently wasted in unproductive military expenditure and to redeploy these resources to more productive uses. It is not military, but instead spending less on weapons and more on global growth and poverty reduction is what will make the world a safer place for all of us. President, I wish to express St. Lucia's solidarity with Cuba on the economic, commercial, and financial blockade, and Nicaragua and Venezuela on the continuing illegal and criminal sanctions. St. Lucia expresses solidarity with Cuba on the matter of the United States state sponsors of terrorism hangover, and St. Lucia expresses solidarity with the people of Palestine. Long live the peoples of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela and Cuba. May the memories of Chavez and Castro never fade. Long live ALBA and TCP. And thank you, President Maduro, for your friendship to my country, and thank you for graciously hosting us these past 2 days. Thank you.
Bueno, muchas gracias al presidente de la Asamblea Legislativa
Thank you very much to the President of the Parliament,
Legislativo de Santa Lucía, Claudius
which is the
Francis.
Judiciary of
Ahí
St.
estuvimos
Lucia, Claudius Francis.
rindiendo el homenaje a
We were there, we
Jean-Baptiste,
paid homage to
Bidot.
Jean-Baptiste Bidot.
inolvidable.
It was
Aquí les tenemos
unforgettable.
algunos presentes, algunos
And
regalos
we have some
que quiero
presents here for
significar.
you.
Primero,
First of all,
está en español, pero también se los vamos a mandar
these
en
books
inglés.
are in Spanish, but we will send them in
Una
English as
colección
well. This is a
muy
collection,
importante
a very important collection
de los libros que recogen la
of
proeza
books gathering
de
the
los
feats
libertadores,
of the liberators.
la biografía de Antonio José de
Biography
Sucre,
of
escrito
Antonio José
por
de
uno de los
Sucre,
más grandes
written by
historiadores
one of the greatest
ecuatorianos,
historians,
Alfonso Rumazo.
an Ecuadorian, Alfonso Rumaza.
Trabajo de un historiador militar, Héctor
This
Bencomo,
is a
campaña libertadora del Perú,
military
batallas de Junín y
liberating
Ayacucho,
campaign
para que se vea el
of
concepto
Peru,
estratégico de la
Junín and
campaña
Ayacucho battles.
hacia
You
Suramérica
can see the strategy of these battles in
y
South
cómo
America,
Bolívar no se
and
contentó
how
con
Bolívar
liberar
was not
esta parte
happy with just
norte de
liberating the
Suramérica,
north
sino
of
que fue a
South
la
America,
búsqueda
but we
para sacar del continente
wanted
los
to
restos de la dominación española.
remove the
Felipe de la
remains
Barra, la
of
campaña
Spanish
de Junín y
domination
Ayacucho
from
también.
South America.
Son de falsa
The
lectura,
campaign of Junín
son
and
muy
Ayacucho,
emocionantes.
they are very exciting,
de El
easy to
Edecán del
read
Libertador,
books.
un irlandés que escribió
This is from an
30 tomos de la
Irishman.
vida del
He
Libertador
wrote 30
con
volumes
documentos y
about the life
cartas
of the Liberator, including
directos
documents and
que
letters
pudo conservar
that
del
he was able
archivo
to preserve
del Libertador.
from the Liberator's archive.
Daniel Florencio Oleari,
Daniel
Junín y
Florencio
Ayacucho.
Oleari,
Impresionante,
Junín
de
and
verdad.
Ayacucho. It is
Del
really impressive.
profesor militar
From
Héctor Bencomo,
the
La
military
emancipación
professor
del Perú,
Héctor Bencomo, The Emancipation of
de
Peru,
uno de los historiadores de hace
From one
un siglo
of
más completo,
the historian
Vicente Lecuna, un
from over a
venezolano,
century ago,
liberación del
Vicente
Perú,
Lecuna, Venezuelan one, Liberation of
de
Peru.
uno de los combatientes de aquella
From
época,
one of the
Manuel
fighters
Antonio
of
López,
that time,
campaña del Perú.
Manuel Antonio López, the Peru campaign.
Igualmente de Manuel Landaeta
And
Rosales,
also from Manuel
un
Landaeta
folleto
Rosales. This is
interesantísimo,
a very interesting
La
brochure
batalla de Ayacucho.
that talks about the
Tú que estás
Ayacucho
aplaudiendo, te regalo
battle.
esto.
I give this to you because you're clapping.
Y un trabajo hecho
And
por
we have a
el
work
movimiento estudiantil
done by
venezolano,
the Venezuelan student movement.
que fue hecho de estudiantes para
This
estudiantes.
wasn't done
Y
from
tenemos el reto de que llegue a cada escuela, a cada liceo,
by
a
students
cada universidad.
for students. So we
Campaña
want
del Sur.
to take it to every school, to every university. This is
Muy
the campaign
didáctico,
of the
también
South.
te lo regalo,
It
¿no?
is also very didactic.
También les
This is
estamos
also for you.
entregando
Another
obra de
present
arte
is a work of art,
muy hermosa,
very beautiful,
con un busto del libertador
It is
Simón
a
Bolívar
bust
para que lleven de
of, the
recuerdo
liberator Simon
eterno de
Bolivar,
esta
so you
cumbre
have an eternal
del 20
memory of this
aniversario
summit
del ALBA, por aquí.
commemorating the 20th anniversary of
Ya está la
ALBA.
cámara. Trabajo para que los acompañe o en su despacho o
You
en su
can
casa.
put it in your
Y
office or in
también
your home, and
contentos en entregar
we are happy
esta cesta
to give
navideña
you this Christmas
hecha por
basket
artesanos
that was
venezolanos.
made by
Muy
Venezuelan
hermosa, miren.
artisans. It's really beautiful.
Ya la cesta es un regalo.
The basket itself is
Aquí
a
está
present.
Canaima,
You can see Canaima.
un cuadro de Cabré sobre la
This
montaña
is
del
a
Guaraíra
picture of
Repano.
Manuel Cabré on the
Muy
Guaraíra
bella. Pero
Repano
adentro
mountain.
es más bello todavía.
And inside is even more beautiful.
Adentro va unos regalos
We have some presents here.
artesanales, un furruco venezolano con el
This
cual
is a
se toca
Venezuelan
gaita,
furruco. This is an instrument that we use to play gaitas. This is
una
a music
arpa
that we play
de la
during
música del
Christmas.
llano.
This is a harp
Arpa llanera.
from the music that is played in
con
the
la bandera.
plains area of the country.
Y por aquí también
Then
tenemos
cuatro
algunos
as
regalos
well.
interesantes.
And some interesting
No sé si
gifts.
la ley me lo permite
I don't
mostrar
know
esta
if
hora.
the law
Ron
will allow me
añejo
to show
carúpano,
this.
muy bueno.
This is carúpano rum.
Se
Very, very
parece
good.
a uno que hacen en
It
Santiago,
is
Cuba,
very
se me olvidó el
similar
nombre.
to one that is made in Santiago de Cuba.
No,
I
otro,
forget
otro.
the name.
Chepistres, ¿no es que le llaman? También por aquí tenemos, miren,
We also
unos
have
encurtidos, calabacín a la boscaína, sabroso,
squash,
hecho en Mérida. Por aquí
zucchini,
tenemos caponata,
pickled
berenjenas
zucchini
con
that is made in
tomates,
Mérida. Then
aceituna,
we have
alcaparra, al que no ha comido hasta ahora,
eggplants with
celery,
tomato, celery,
ajo.
garlic.
Mire, bien sabrosito.
This is very, very good.
Por aquí tenemos maní
Here we have peanuts
cultivado en el
grown
estado Lara,
in the
maní.
state of Lara.
Tenemos algo que le gusta mucho a los
This is
venezolanos,
something that Venezuelans love.
el pirulín.
Pirulín. That is a snack, a Venezuelan snack.
Se pierde de vista esto. También
It's
tenemos
really, really
café
good. We
y
also
escanel,
have coffee,
del que ahorita
canel,
te brindé. 2 cafés. ¿Ah?
the one that
de
you
distintas
drank a while
regiones.
ago. We have 2 coffees from different regions.
Esto es muy famoso en Venezuela. Los Toronto.
Toronto, this is
Lo
chocolate
recomiendo.
from Venezuela.
A esta hora cae
I
muy bien.
recommend this.
¿Ah? Una miel de la Gran Sabana,
This is
mira.
honey from Gran
De allá del
Sabana.
sur. Esta es una de las regiones más
This
antiguas
is
del
one of
planeta,
the
la Gran
ancient-
Sabana.
The most ancient
Recomiendo que la
regions of the
visiten.
world.
La próxima
La Gran
cumbre la hacemos
Sabana.
allá,
The next
en la
summit,
Gran
we
Sabana.
will hold it there.
El casabe que acaba de ser reconocido esta
Cassava,
semana,
just this week,
promovido por Cuba,
cassava
Venezuela,
was recognized, it was promoted by
Haití,
Cuba,
el
Venezuela,
casabe
Haiti,
de los indios caribes
cassava from the
que nos
Carib
heredaron.
Indians.
Así que bueno, ahí les dejamos estos obsequios,
So this
estos
is,
recuerdos producidos en tierra venezolana,
a
de artesanía, de manos
of
de
appreciation
venezolanos y
from
venezolanas.
Venezuelan
Y procedo a entregar la palabra al
And
jefe
now
de
I will
delegación
give
de
the floor
Grenada,
to the head of
el
delegation of
ministro
Grenada,
de Desarrollo Económico,
Minister of Economic
Lennox
Development,
Andrews.
Lennox
Bienvenido.
Andrews. Welcome, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much indeed, President Nicolas Maduro. I wish to recognize President of Cuba, Miguel Díaz-Canel, President of Bolivia, Luis Arce Catacora, President of Nicaragua, Daniel Ortega Saavedra. We had it us earlier on, Prime Minister of Dominica and Antigua and Barbuda. I recognize Prime Minister Ralph Gonsalves of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, former Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of St. Kitts and Nevis, Mr. Denzel Douglas, Claudius Francis, Speaker of the House of Assembly of St. Lucia, Leslie Voltaire, President of the Transitional Presidential Council of Haiti, Gerardo Torres Ziyaya of Honduras, and Riyad Malki, President of the State of International Affairs and Special Envoy of Palestine. Colleagues, I bring you warm greetings from Prime Minister Honorable Dick Mitchell of Grenada, who is unable to join us here today, but sends his best wishes for a fruitful and meaningful summit. I also, Mr. President, bring to this meeting the memories of Maurice Bishop, who in 1979, at age 35, created the Guerrilla Revolution, and together with Cuba and Nicaragua, was seen as three small giants fighting to give their peoples a better life. Mr. President, on my way here, I reflected on the many positive social and economic impacts that ALBA-TCP has had on our sub-region over the past 20 years. And I do believe that it is a just and dignified reason for celebration. Venezuela has always stood firm with resolute determination and resilience, and continues to reach out to its members within the region through ALBA-TCP, which stands today as a proven mechanism for unity, dialogue, political cooperation, and coordination, and has permitted member states to collectively approach challenges with determination and solutions. ALBA-ATC, Mr. President, as we know it, promotes peace, integration, and respect for sovereignty, underscoring the importance of defining this region as a zone of peace. ALBA-TCP has lifted development cooperation within our region. At age 20, today, Grenada pays homage to the founders of ALBA-TCP, the late Comandantes Fidel Castro of Cuba and Hugo Chavez of Venezuela. They had a common vision of an alternative path to unity, peace, and development, and they also advocated for self-determination. Grenada recognized the region's forefathers who fought for its independence: Simón Bolívar, Antonio José de Sucre, among other heroes and martyrs. In a similar way, Mr. President, Grenada recognized our own father of independence, Eric Matthew Geary. This year, Grenada celebrates 50 years as an independent nation, a milestone in the progress of rebuilding and advancing as a united people with a common history. Mr. President, Grenada joined ALBA-TCP on 14 December 2014, and the ALBA Bank on 26th of November 2021, deepening its socio-economic advances in the region and furthering integration and development in areas such as health and security, among others. The height of the COVID pandemic was a testament to this. Today, Grenada adheres to the core principles of sovereignty and the right to self-determination, whilst aiming for trade partnership, connectivity, and progressive change. Within our government's transformational agenda, we are promoting a sustainable, equitable, and prosperous Grenada for everyone. Indeed, economic development, poverty eradication, overcoming our vulnerability to external shocks and natural disasters, gender equality, as well as reducing income and other inequalities are the focus of our medium-term plan. A mere few weeks ago, coming on the heels of Hurricane Beryl, Grenada was hard hit by heavy rains that resulted in flash flooding and further damages to infrastructure and to the agricultural sector. This underscores the need to deepen our collaboration for economic and environmental sustainability as vulnerable states facing the onslaught of climate change. We need to hold the developed nations accountable and get them to adhere to the desired reduction in emissions and to the principles of the Paris Agreement. The outcomes of COP26 was a far cry from what we expected. Through ALBA-TCP, Grenada believes that further cooperation can build resilience to the ongoing global challenges we face. Among these is the review of the classification of Caribbean countries as middle-income countries and the need to measure vulnerability accurately. We believe in the implementation of an ALBA-TCP Development Cooperation Agency to promote integration to offset the humanitarian challenge of socio-economic vulnerability and the pivotal challenge of continued poverty. Grenada fully supports ALBA-TCP 2030 strategic agenda as it fully addresses the needs of our country and of our desire to develop a nation where opportunities are available to all our citizens to become what they want to be, thus making us financially strong and economically independent. Grenada reaffirms its position that every nation has the right to build its own political, economic, social, and cultural system without the imposition of unilateral coercive measures from outside. In this regard, we firmly reiterate our call for the removal of the stringent economic, commercial, and financial embargo placed on our sister island nation of Cuba. It has been many years. Since 1962, Cuba has been denied the right to participate in the international trade and economic arena. This unjust blockade remains in place as a stigma that must be removed. Compounding this is the inclusion of Cuba on the list of countries that support terrorism. Grenada calls for the complete removal of Cuba from this list. And at the same time, we applaud the resolute social and economic resilience displayed by the Cuban government and people in the face of this unjust blockade. And I want to say, Mr. President, that I, as a graduate from the University of Camagüey, Cuba, I raise my own individual voice in calling for the removal of the embargo placed on Cuba. Mr. President, an economic historian may say to you that the last 2 decades, the last 2 centuries suggest that the 19th century can be characterized by the growth of Europe. The 20th century saw the dominance of America. But one can predict that this, the 21st century, must be the century for Africa and Asia, and for all developing countries to work together to achieve their financial integration and freedom as the basis for ensuring the economic independence and economic development. It is in this vision, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, that I wish to conclude by reaffirming Grenada's commitment to the institution of ALBA-TCP and to deepening integration to tackle the multiplicity of challenges we face. So let us start. Let us start by approaching the next 20 years with a renewed determination to use our time, our talents, and treasure to build a better world for all the peoples of this world. Long live Fidel. Long live Hugo Chavez. Long live ALBA-TCP. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias al compañero Lennon Andrew por su emocionante y contundente intervención. Vamos entonces a proceder a entregarle la palabra al enviado especial de la presidenta de Honduras,
of the President of Honduras and President of Latin America and the Caribbean, Xiomara Castro.
Gerardo Torres Zelaya. Adelante,
Gerardo Torres Zelaya. Go ahead.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you,
Es
Mr.
un
President.
honor para mí
It
poder
is an honor
saludar
for me
en nombre de la presidenta
to greet you
Xiomara
on
Castro
behalf of
Sarmiento,
the President,
a su
Xiomara
persona, a su
Castro
equipo, a su
Sarmiento,
gobierno,
to
al
greet
pueblo de
yourself,
Venezuela,
your government, your
agradecerle
ministers, the people of
siempre
Venezuela.
que son siempre
I'm always
excelentes
grateful
anfitriones.
for your excellent
Saludar
organization,
al
your
presidente de
excellent
Cuba,
hosts.
al señor
I'd
Miguel
like
Díaz
to
Canel,
greet the President of Cuba,
al
Mr. Díaz
presidente
Canel,
de Nicaragua, el
President of
comandante Daniel Ortega
Nicaragua,
Saavedra,
Commander Daniel Ortega
al presidente de
Saavedra,
Bolivia, Luis
President of
Arce
Bolivia, Luis
Catacora,
Arce Catacora,
al primer ministro
the Prime
de
Minister
la Mancomunidad de Dominica,
of the
Roosevelt
Commonwealth of
Skerrit,
Dominica, Roosevelt Skerrit,
al primer ministro de Antigua y
Prime Minister
Barbuda,
of
Gaston
Antigua and
Brown,
Barbuda, Gaston Brown,
al primer ministro,
the Prime
amigo y
Minister,
compañero
friend
de
and
San
comrade
Vincent and the
from St.
Grenadines,
Vincent and the
el compañero
Grenadines,
Ralph
Ralph
González,
Gonsalves,
al ministro de Relaciones Exteriores
Minister
de
of
San
Foreign
Cristóbal y
Affairs of
Nieves,
St.
el
Kitts
señor
and Nevis,
Denzel Douglas,
Mr. Denzel
al
Douglas,
señor Lennon Andrews, ministro
Mr.
de
Lennox
Desarrollo
Andrews,
de
Minister
Granada,
for
y al
Development
presidente
of
de la
Grenada,
Asamblea
and the
Parlamentaria de
President
Santa
of the
Lucía, el
Parliament of
señor
St.
Claudius
Lucia,
Francis.
Mr. Claudius
También
Francis.
a la distancia al señor
Also,
Leslie Voltaire y
from
la
the
delegación
distance,
de
Mr.
Haití,
Leslie Voltaire from
así
the
como al
delegation of Haiti,
compañero Riyad
as
Malki
well as
y a todo el
Riyad
gobierno y
Malki
pueblo
and the
de
government
Palestina.
and the people of Palestine.
Presidente Maduro,
Mr. President Maduro,
nosotros recordamos con mucho cariño y
we
con
all
mucho afecto
remember
el
with
25
love and
de
affection
agosto del año 2008,
August 25,
en el que estuvo
2008,
como testigo en primera fila
in
el
which
comandante Ortega, como
Commander
presidente
Ortega
de Nicaragua,
witnessed from the first
usted
row
como
as
canciller
President
de
of Nicaragua.
Venezuela,
You were the foreign
en aquel
minister of
entonces
Venezuela
canciller
back
del
then,
comandante eterno Hugo Chávez,
Minister
y
of
la delegación
the
cubana
General Commander Hugo Chavez,
que
and the
envió
Cuban
el comandante
delegation
Fidel
sent
Castro,
by
así
Commander
como las
Fidel
delegaciones
Castro,
de
as well
Bolivia y
as
de
the
otros
delegations
países
from
del ALBA.
Bolivia and other
El
countries of ALBA.
25 de agosto del año
On August
2008,
25,
Honduras en
2008,
Tegucigalpa
Honduras
firmaba
in
su adhesión
Tegucigalpa was signing
a esta gran alianza,
adherence
a esta
to
gran
this
alternativa
great
bolivariana
alliance,
para
this
los pueblos.
Bolivarian alliance for
En
the
aquel
peoples of our
momento el
America.
país
At that
vivía
time,
una realidad muy
the
diferente a la que
country was
vive
living
hoy,
in a very different
y que
reality
América
that
Latina
it
vivía
has
una realidad muy
nowadays. And Latin
diferente.
America also is
Aseguraba
living a very
Honduras
different
que
reality.
creía
But we
firmemente que los
ensured
procesos de
Honduras
integración de
that
América Latina
we
y el
firmly
Caribe
believe that the
era la
processes of
única
integration
manera de
in Latin America and
solucionar
the
los
Caribbean
problemas
were the
sociales,
only
la
way to
pobreza
solve
y la
social
exclusión
problems,
como que eran
inequality
consecuencia
and
del
poverty
modelo
as a
neoliberal.
consequence of the neoliberal
Dice
model.
la declaración de anexión de Honduras
The
a ALBA.
declaration of
En
adherence
Honduras
of
creemos
Honduras
que el
to
modelo
ALBA
neoliberal
states, in
ha
Honduras,
significado
we believe
la
that the
agudización de la
neoliberal model
pobreza y un
signifies
sistemático
the
proceso de
perpetuation
exclusión
of
social
poverty and a
que
systematic
mantiene
process
en
of
precario la
social
calidad de
exclusion,
vida de los hondureños
which
y las
precarises
hondureñas,
the quality of life of
impidiendo alcanzar la
Hondurans,
equidad necesaria para convivir en paz,
the
en
necessary
armonía y en
equality to
progreso.
live in peace
Por ello, decía
and
Honduras en aquel
harmony.
momento,
That is why
compartimos
Honduras
la
states
convicción que la
we share the
cooperación y la
conviction that
solidaridad entre los pueblos
the
latinoamericanos
cooperation and solidarity
harán
among
posible
the
la
Latin American
inserción
peoples
exitosa
will make
en la
possible
economía
the
mundial,
successful
teniendo como
insertion
eje
into the
central la
world
cohesión
economy,
social
having a
y el
central
privilegio del
axis,
ser humano.
social cohesion and the privilege
Nos
of the
costaron
human being.
caras, presidente Maduro, esas palabras
Those
y esa
words
declaración
were
del 2008,
very
porque menos de un año después mi
had
país
very
sufría
strong
un golpe de
consequences for us
Estado.
because after that
Y
we were the
aprovechando
victims
esta
of a coup
tribuna,
d'etat.
quiero
And
agradecer
to take advantage
que
of this
ALBA
opportunity,
nunca
I
dejó
would
de
like
apoyar a
to thank you
Honduras,
because
que los
ALBA
gobiernos de la alternativa
never
bolivariana
stopped supporting Honduras.
nunca dejaron de apoyar a mi
The
país,
member countries never
que
stopped
nosotros y
supporting
nosotras,
my
bajo la
country.
guía del
Under
presidente
the
Manuel
guidelines
Zelaya
of President
y
Manuel
de aquel
Zelaya
entonces primera dama y
and
hoy
the
presidente
First
de la
Lady and
República,
today
Iris
the
Xiomara,
President of our
nos
country,
fuimos a la
Xiomara,
calle con
we
Xiomara
took
Castro
to the
y
street
resistimos
with
durante
Xiomara
12
Castro, and
años
we
y 7
resisted
meses
for
a la
12 years
oprobiosa
and 7
narcodictadura
months the
y
horrible
retomamos el lugar
narco
al frente del gobierno de Honduras.
And now we
Quiero
are
saludar
once
también,
again
presidente
in the
Maduro, a todos
government
los
of
movimientos
Honduras.
sociales
And I would also
que
like
nos
to
acompañan.
salute all the grassroots
Honduras
movements joining us today.
siempre fue parte,
Honduras was
presidente
always
Nicolás,
a
de estas
part
cumbres
of this
Nos
summit,
sentábamos ahí con los
President
compañeros y las
Nicolás, we're
compañeras
sitting right
y el
there
llamado es a
with
seguir
our brothers
luchando,
and
a seguir
sisters.
resistiendo
So our
para
call
que
is
cada
to
pueblo de
continue
América
to
Latina también
resist, to
reclame
continue to struggle
propiamente
so
su
that
lugar en esta
every
mesa,
people from Latin
tarde o
America can
temprano.
also claim its place in
Hoy,
this
para
table
comentarles
sooner
los
or
logros de la
later.
presidenta haber
To talk about the
regresado e
achievements
iniciar
of
este
the
proceso de
president
refundación,
after this process
me hacía
of
mucho eco
reconversion.
cuando el presidente Nicolás
It
Maduro
was
hablaba
very
sobre
interesting when
ALBA.
President
Y es que la
talking
presidenta
about
Xiomara
ALBA
Castro
because
ha
President
logrado
Xiomara
detener
Castro
la explotación y la
managed
entrega
to
de la
stop the
tierra en Honduras
exploitation and
y ha logrado
the
frenar la
giving
deforestación.
away of the land
Solamente en
and
la
stop
zona de la
deforestation.
Moquitia
Only
se han
in the area
recuperado
of
400.000
Boquitia we
hectáreas que estaban siendo depredadas.
400,000 hectares
Al llegar
that
al
were
gobierno,
being destroyed.
habían
After
12.700
arriving in
escuelas
government, there were
destruidas
27
y en menos de 3 años la
2,700 schools that were
presidenta
destroyed.
ha
And
logrado
in less than
recuperar
3 years, the president
5.000
managed to
escuelas.
recover 5,000
La presidenta
schools.
Xiomara Castro
President Xiomara Castro
detuvo presidentes y
Mr.
compañeros y
President,
compañeras a las zonas especiales
the
de desarrollo y
special
empleo
zones
sedes,
of development
que eran
and
19
employment.
regiones
These
entregadas
were
a
19
25 grupos
regions that were
económicos
given
y
to
10
25
familias
economic groups
en
and
una
10
destrucción de la
families
soberanía
for a
nacional
destruction
que
of
eso gracias al
national
mandato de la
sovereignty. But thanks
presidenta
to the mandate
ya no
of
es
our
más.
president, this
Lo que
is
sí
no
es
more.
una demanda
What we have now
multimillonaria
is a
que recibe
multimillionaire
Honduras
suit
en el mecanismo CIADI por defender el patrimonio
against
nacional,
Honduras in the
demanda
CIADI
que
mechanism
enfrentaremos
for
a
defending
partir de
our
los próximos
national
meses
patrimony.
después de que la presidenta
And we will
denunciara el
face
tratado de
this
CIADI
suit, this
y
lawsuit
anunciara
in
la
the
salida
next
de
few
Honduras
months
de ese mecanismo
after
de
the president
arbitraje
has announced
que
the
solamente
exit
ha
from
beneficiado y
CIADI of this
beneficia
arbitration
a las grandes
mechanism that only
corporaciones
benefits
en
great
detrimento de los
corporations
intereses del pueblo y del
in
Estado.
prejudice of the
La
interests of the people
presidenta
and the state.
hoy, gracias a estas medidas,
the president,
ha logrado
thanks to
tener
these
la mayor
measures, has
inversión en
managed to
carreteras,
have
en
the
caminos
higher
productivos,
investment in
en
roads, in
aeropuertos,
productive
en
processes,
educación,
in
en
airports,
becas
in
y en
education,
muchos otros
scholarships,
programas
and many other
que el
programs
presidente Manuel
that
Zelaya Rosales
President Manuel
soñaba con
Zelaya
eso
Rosales
cuando
was
conoció
only
y se hizo
dreaming
amigo
of
del presidente
when
Hugo
he met
Chávez
and
cuando entró
became
a
a friend
ALBA.
of President Hugo
Decía
Chávez
presidente
when he
Nicolás
entered ALBA.
que nos habían salido caros aquellas
I
palabras,
told you that
pero
we
la
faced
presencia de ustedes en
many
Tegucigalpa
consequences for those words,
hace
but
ya
your president
16 años
Tegucigalpa
despertó un sueño y un
16
espíritu de
years
lucha
ago
que en
awoke
Honduras
a
hoy
spirit of
hace que aquello que se
struggle in
soñó
Honduras. So
sea
everything that
una
we dreamed
realidad.
of is already a reality.
Quiero rápidamente saludar a los
I would like
programas
to
que usted ha
quickly
mencionado y que
salute
han mencionado
the
aquí
programs that you
las
mentioned
diferentes autoridades.
and that were mentioned by the
Nosotros
different
creemos
authorities.
como presidencia
We
pro
believe,
tempore de la
as the pro
CELAC,
tempore
que en
presidency of
efecto hay que
CELAC,
acercarnos
that it is
como
true
ALBA,
that we need
hay que
to
acercarnos como
be
CELA.
closer as
Me
ALBA
acompaña
members, we
el
need to be
embajador
closer
Alan
as CELA
Oviedo,
members. I am
que
joined
hace 3
by
días
Ambassador Alan
entregó
Oviedo,
la
and 3
presidencia
days
pro
ago
tempore
he
del Sistema de Económico
turned
Latinoamericano
the
CELA, que
pro-tempore
tuvimos nosotros durante el año
of the
2024.
Latin American Economic
Se la hemos
System,
entregado
CELA, that we
a
had for 4
Colombia.
years.
Como
Now
usted
is the
sabe,
turn of
Honduras
Colombia.
es presidente
As you
pro tempore
know,
de CELAC.
Honduras
Aquí
is
está
has
San
the
Vicente y
pro-tempore
Granada.
presidency
Somos
of
parte
CELAC.
de la
Here
troika
we
de este
have St.
organismo
Vincent and
y
Grenada. We are part of
aplaudimos
the
el
troika of
esfuerzo de
this
ALBA de
body,
hacer cumple
and we
siempre con los
applaud the
movimientos
effort of
sociales.
ALBA to
Nosotros lo
work with
hicimos,
the social
presidente,
movements.
este
We
28
did
de junio,
that
que
on July
conmemoramos los
28,
15 años
when we
del
commemorated
aniversario
the
del
15th
nacimiento de la
anniversary
resistencia.
of the war, of
Tuvimos
the
la
birth of the
reunión de la
resistance.
CELAC y de
We
manera
had a
paralela
meeting
la
of
reunión de la
CELAC,
CELAC
and in
social
parallel we
y
have
aplaudimos
the
y
social movements of
reconocemos
CELAC.
que ese es el camino que
We
tenemos que
recognize that
recurrir.
this is the path
Para
that we need
cerrar,
to walk. And to conclude,
hablaba con el secretario
I
Jorge
was talking
Arriaza,
to
presidente
Secretary
Nicolás,
Jorge Arriaza.
que en Honduras tenemos
I was saying that in
nosotros a
Honduras,
inicios del próximo año
at the beginning
la
of next
cumbre
year, we
de
will hold
ministros de
the
Agricultura
summit of
de
ministers of
CELAC,
agriculture
y
of
ya que los
CELAC.
países de ALBA
And
son
given that the
miembros
ALBA
de CELAC,
countries are
ver la
members of
posibilidad de
CELAC,
coincidir
we
en alguna
want
reunión de
to look at the
trabajo de
possibility
las que
to
usted
have
ya ha
a
mencionado.
work meeting.
Cuando hablamos de TCP, hablamos justamente
those principles
de
that
la
you already
necesidad de
mentioned.
enfrentar esos
When we
tratados
talk
de libre
about
comercio que
TCP,
generan,
we were
como dice la
talking about
presidenta Xiomara
the trade
Castro,
treaties
una
that
distorsión que
generate, as
afecta a los
President
más
Xiomara Castro
pobres.
says, a
La
distortion
presidenta
that
Xiomara
affects the
Castro y el
poorest.
expresidente Manuel Zelaya
And
Rosales
President Xiomara
siempre
Castro and
defienden lo
Manuel Zelaya are
público, que
always
es lo común,
defending
que es lo de todos, aunque a veces
our
algunos medios
assets are and
corporativos
how
quieran poner que lo público
this
y
is
lo
our
común como que
common
fueran
goods.
malas palabras. Creemos que lo público y lo común es lo que nos une. Si el bien común y los derechos humanos y la democracia fueran tan importantes para las potencias que hoy amenazan a Venezuela, entonces no los harían tan fácilmente a un lado cuando aparece alguien con suficiente dinero para pasarle por encima los intereses de los demás. El problema de eso, presidente Nicolás, es que cuando alguien llega con una bolsa llena de dinero, algunos países son capaces de despreciar lo público por lo privado y por lo singular. Y en ese sentido preguntamos, ¿qué dictadura podría compararse siquiera a la dictadura del mercado y del comercio que han impuesto sobre nuestros países por ya demasiado tiempo? Quiero aprovechar para plantearle a usted algo que ya le he comentado. Nosotros sabemos que a mitad del año 2026 se cumplen 200 años de aquel histórico e importante congreso fictiónico convocado por el libertador Simón Bolívar, en el que él, al igual que la Liga Fictiónica de Delfos en la antigua Grecia, buscó unir a esas 12 tribus en Grecia, a esos pueblos de América Latina, y como estamos cerca de esos 200 años, comenzar a conversar las posibilidades de convocar a un nuevo congreso fictiónico para relanzar el sueño de Bolívar, el sueño de Morazán y el sueño de todos los libertadores. Y recordando algo que decía la ex canciller de Honduras, la compañera Patricia Rodas, que era canciller cuando se dio el golpe de Estado, ella decía que Morazán había llegado a ser presidente de Centroamérica unos pocos meses antes de la muerte del libertador Simón Bolívar, y que Morazán se había garantizado de que esa espada de Bolívar que usted nos ha mostrado nunca tocara el piso y siempre estuviera alzada. Y hoy vemos aquí a Morazán, vemos a Bolívar, vemos a Chávez, vemos a Fidel y vemos a todos los líderes. Y quiero cerrar leyendo brevemente el inicio del discurso de Francisco Morazán cuando asumió la presidencia de Centroamérica el 16 de septiembre de 1830. Dice, el pueblo soberano me manda a colocarme en el más peligroso de sus destinos. Debo obedecer y cumplir el solemne juramento que acabo de prestar. Ofrezco sostener la Constitución y el sueño federal que he defendido como soldado y como ciudadano. Hoy, presidente, estamos en esta mesa como representantes de mi gobierno, la embajadora Scarlett Romero, el compañero Ramón Espinosa. Hemos estado con los movimientos sociales, hoy estamos aquí como gobierno. La intención es nunca dejar de luchar y, como dice el general Morazán, como soldados y como ciudadanos, defender el sueño de Bolívar, de una América Latina y el Caribe libre, soberana, antiimperialista y de hermanos y hermanas siempre. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias al enviado especial de la presidenta Iris Castra. Mis saludos a las fuerzas populares de resistencia de Honduras, nuestros hermanos y hermanas. Allá estuvimos en Ocotal.
We were there in Nopotal.
¿Recuerda?
Do you remember?
Con Mel. Íbamos entrando. No nos dejaron entrar ahí.
But they wouldn't let us in.
Y luego establecimos un campamento en Nopotal.
So we set a camp in Nopotal.
Todos esos caminos del general Sandino.
All the roads of General Sandino.
Del general Morazán.
General Morazán.
De verdad que esta región del mundo está llena de tanta historia. Por eso que Chávez dijo lo que yo ya dije. Bastante historia de aquí. Y hay bastante de todo. Estoy de acuerdo. Y le leo la mente a todas las delegaciones y sé que están de acuerdo con motivo de la reunión de la Comunidad de Estados Latinoamericanos, los ministros de Agricultura, que se va a desarrollar en el mes de febrero, el primer trimestre. En el marco de esa reunión se puede dar el Consejo de Ministros de Agricultura de la Alianza Bolivariana para activar todas las iniciativas y acciones del acuerdo que hemos firmado de creación de AgroAlba. Una buena iniciativa. También creo que desde el ALBA, desde la CELAC, desde los movimientos sociales, deberíamos marchar
we
hacia un
should
segundo
march
Congreso
towards a
Fictiónico
second amphibionic Congress
Latinoamericano Caribeño.
of Latin America and the Caribbean.
No sé si podrá ser en Panamá.
I don't know if we will be able to hold it in Panama.
¿Quién dice? No sé. Quizás.
I don't know, maybe.
Hay tantas cosas que pasan.
So many things can happen.
Pero lo que sí sé
What I
es
do
que donde lo
know
hagamos,
is that wherever we hold it,
un segundo Congreso está
a second
con
Congress
mucha fuerza presente el espíritu original,
would
las ideas
hold
originales
the original
del libertador
spirit, the
Simón
original
Bolívar.
ideas of liberator
Así que es
Simon
una
Bolivar.
idea
So
maravillosa.
it is a wonderful idea.
Activar todas las fuerzas sociales,
To activate
culturales,
all of
políticas,
the social,
militares
cultural, political,
de nuestra
military
América
forces of our America,
para ir 200 años después
so that
con las
200
ideas
years
originales
later
en
we
el
take
siglo
the
XXI
original
a la
ideas
construcción de la patria grande.
to the 21st
Bueno, ya
century for the
finalizando,
construction of the greater homeland.
anuncio
Well, now we
que la
are already
declaración
concluding.
especial
I can tell you that the
de
special
reafirmación de los principios,
declarations
objetivos,
to
compromisos
reaffirm
y
the
banderas de lucha
principles,
del
objectives, commitments, and
ALBA-TCP
banners of
a
struggle
20
of
años ha sido
ALBA-TCP
consensuada
after 20 years
y
has been
aprobada
already
de manera
agreed
unánime.
and approved
Declaración de principios y
unanimously.
compromisos
Declaration of principles
que
and
ratifican el
commitments
camino
that ratify our path
iniciado hace 20 años.
that started 20 years ago.
Igualmente, de manera muy completa,
Also,
yo le pido a la Secretaría General que haga
I
un gran
ask
esfuerzo
the
comunicacional
the
por
executive
calles,
secretariat to
redes,
make an
medios y
effort
paredes
to disseminate through the
para que
media
se conozca esta declaración
this declaration
por los 20 años de la fundación del
for the
ALBA-TCP,
20 years of
un abrazo que marca el
foundation of
rumbo
ALBA-TCP
de
and
nuestra
embrace the
historia,
marks of the path
donde
of
se
our history,
reafirman una cantidad
in which
importante
we
de
reaffirm
posiciones
numerous
históricas
amounts of historical
en el
positions
espíritu de
in
los
the
padres
spirit of
fundadores,
the founding fathers,
de las madres fundadoras,
of the
aprobada
founding
la
mothers.
declaración
This declaration,
especial
this special
con motivo de
declaration
los 20 años.
is approved.
Igualmente se está aprobando
We
un
also
comunicado
approve
con motivo
this communique
del bicentenario de la batalla
for
de
the
Ayacucho,
bicentennial of the Ayacucho
que
battle,
finaliza en este escrito
which ends
con
in
la
this
arenga que el
text
gran mariscal de
with the
Ayacucho
motto that the great
diera a las tropas
general
formadas
of
en el
Ayacucho
campo al
gave to
frente
the
de las
troops
tropas
in
imperiales
the field
aquel
to face the imperial
9 de
troops
diciembre del año
on December 9,
1824,
1824,
exactamente a las 8 de la mañana,
exactly at 8
donde
in
le
the morning.
dijera: soldados,
He said, soldiers,
de los esfuerzos de hoy depende la
of
suerte
the
de la
efforts
América
of
del
today
Sur.
depends the
Otro
destiny
día de
of
gloria
South
va a
America.
coronar vuestra
Another day
admirable
of glory will
constancia.
crown
Soldados,
our admirable efforts.
viva el Libertador,
Soldiers, long live
viva
the
Bolívar,
liberator.
Salvador
Long live
del Perú,
Bolívar, the
Antonio José
savior
de
of
Sucre.
Peru.
Así culminaba su
Antonio José
arenga
de Sucre.
y así
That
remata
is what
el
he
comunicado
said, to
especial.
cheer the soldiers. And this is the end of the special communique. I would like to conclude this summit, such a very exciting summit after 4 hours, 40 minutes of deliberations and 2 hours of planning work in private. I brought 2 items that have a very special symbolic meaning. There have been ambushes against our right to freedom and independence. There have been and there will be aggressions and attacks against us. But there will also be brave expressions of the people for every hour, day, week, and month of the years to come. The course of our history has been signaled. At my right, dear presidents, I bring you to these ALBA summits a historic and wonderful item. Admiral Brion, born in Curaçao, hero of our independence, gave this as a gift to Liberator Simon Bolivar in 1820. And since then, he took this saber and it was the original saber that you see that Liberator held to lead the troops on June 24, 1821 in the Carabobo battle for the great triumph in Venezuelan soil that defeated the army of the Spanish Empire. It is a sacred saber. In August of that year, he gave it to General Rafael Urdaneta, the General of Loyalty, and he kept it until the day he died. And then he left it to his children. And in one occasion that I went to Zulia, to Maracaibo, I met his grandchildren at the house where General Urdaneta was born, and they told me, President, that was in 1814. They said, this is the victorious saber of Bolivar in Carabobo that was left to us by our great-grandfather, Rafael Urdaneta. Take this so you can lead your battle. And I have kept it in the Miraflores Presidential Palace, and I wanted to bring it here today so you can see it. You can enjoy it. And here, at my left, is the sword that the people of Lima, Peru, in October 1825, gave to the liberator and savior of Peru, Simon Bolivar. This sword was made, crafted by indigenous Aymara and Quechua peoples under the guidelines of an artisan of the time. Also, he was an Aymara Chunga Poma. It was made in gold, silver, and hundreds of small precious stones that were brought by the humble people, by the poor people from the high Andean mountains, from our brothers and sisters of the indigenous peoples. You can see at the handle the face of Atahualpa, the last Inca emperor, victorious here in the Sword of the Liberator. I leave you this beauty here so you can see it and enjoy it in what is left of today. Because 20 years of ALBA synthesized 500 years of resistance, 200 years of Bolivarian offensive, and today we are stronger than ever, more prepared than ever, brothers and sisters, to continue with this victorious offensive for the times, through the roads, and all across the territory of our great Latin America, the Caribbean. This rebellious, live and standing Latin America and the Caribbean. Nobody ever gave us anything for free. We are who we are due to the resistance, the work, the strength, and the talent of our people. And as destiny has written, we will reach the greatness and the glory of a whole continent because we have what it takes. We are the real ones. We are the people standing. We are Fidel, we are Chavez, we are Bolivar, we are Martí. With this, I conclude the historical summit for the commemoration of the 20th anniversary of the Bolivarian Alliance for the Peoples of our America. Long live ALBA. Long live independence. Long live freedom. until victory forever. And we say goodbye with music, with poetry, with songs in this very wonderful day, December 14, 2024. Let us listen to this music. Thank you very much, dear brothers and sisters. God bless our people and gives us the greatness of peace and life. Thank you.
Siempre me pregunto, ¿ellos quiénes son? Los que simplemente odian sin tener razón. Porque soy del pueblo, porque pueblo soy, porque yo sí tengo bien clarito a dónde voy.
¿Y quiénes son ellos? Los que hoy me señalan con indiferencia como se les da la gana. No somos distintos, pero nos separan ese despotismo que gobierna sus miradas. Creo que hace falta corazón para amar a la patria, para honrar nuestra nación. Creo que hace falta corazón
para hacer la tregua por la paz y por amor. Venga.
Pueblo, pueblo, levanta la cara, que a la noche oscura le llega su madrugada, porque tu bandera nunca más será volteada por los indolentes que hoy la tienen pisoteada. Pueblo, levanta la cara, que a la noche oscura le llega su madrugada,
porque no habrá lluvia ni tormenta huracanada para apagar el sol cuando nos llegue la mañana.
Pueblo, pueblo, levanta la cara, que a la noche oscura le llega su madrugada,
porque tu bandera nunca más será volteada por los indolentes que hoy la tienen pisoteada.
Pueblo, pueblo, levanta la cara, que a la noche oscura le llega su madrugada, porque no habrá lluvia ni tormenta huracanada para apagar el sol cuando nos llegue la mañana.
Ustedes cantando, venga, ustedes cantando, vamos.
Pueblo, pueblo, levanta la cara, que a la noche oscura le llega su madrugada, porque tu bandera nunca más será volteada por los indolentes que hoy la tienen pisoteada.
Ustedes con el coro.
Pueblo, pueblo, levanta la cara, que a la noche oscura le llega su madrugada, porque no habrá lluvia ni tormenta huracanada para apagar el sol cuando nos llegue la mañana.
¡Que viva el alba!
Mañana.
¡Venga! ¡Suéltale! ¡Eso! ¡Que viva Cuba!
Llevo la marca en mi hombro izquierdo de la vacuna que me recibió. Ni me preguntaron, pero la pusieron porque era un derecho y una obligación. Y aprendí colores y mapas y letras, la vida al cuadrado, coseno, matriz, seno, examen sobre buenas tardes, pero sí tangente y directrices.
La constante en la circunferencia, pares de teoremas, también decimales. Eurípides, Pitágoras, Arquímedes bailaron changüí con mis marginales,
recitando la tabla sonámbulo. Hay que profe tan buena en sus ángulos, aritmético, elíptico, bárbulo, alfa, gamma, beta, rectángulo.
Que me quiera joder,
ando a la vida.
Que me quiere hacer mal,
se va para la pi.
Que me quiere explotar, ni aguanto ni pi, ni creo en ni pi.
Y si me viene con bien,
te quiero cumplir.
Si me vas a ayudar,
eres mi hermano de pi.
Sin saber respetar y el amor repartir, que este mundo es de pi.
3,14, 3,14. Ahora los guapos ya saben de leyes, incluso luego de aplicar incisiones, cómo treparse en los procedimientos, cómo aflojar o evitar sanciones. Las prostitutas saben de economía, de urología y de medicamentos, la burocracia de psicología, para poder distender los momentos.
Pero el Parlamento abrió las puertas del armario, comité de poetas por un premio literario. La Radio Nacional fundó el Museo del Estribillo. Debajo de la mesa, no meta la cabeza, tienen dientes o bolsillos. ¡Hey! Y qué aventurera que se ha puesto la juventud. Vaya, vaya, le da lo mismo Tokio, Barcelona que Moscú.
Tengo un catalejo, donde la luna se ve, Marte se ve, hasta Plutón se ve,
pero el meñique del pie no se me ve.
Tengo un catalejo, cuando lo pongo al revés y no sé entender, lo pongo otra vez en su lugar, porque así es como único sé mirar. Tengo un catalejo, donde la luna se ve, Marte se ve, hasta Plutón se ve,
pero el meñique del pie no se me ve.
Tengo un catalejo, cuando lo pongo al revés no sé entender, lo pongo otra vez en su lugar, porque así es como único se verá. Yo sé mirar.
Por su amable asistencia y atención, muchas gracias. Ha concluido el acto.
Chávez vive con Simón, Chávez vive con Simón, Martí Fidel luz divina. Martí Fidel luz divina y reina la integración hay en América Latina.
Aquel diciembre sería 2004 avasallante. 2004 avasallante y el 14 fue el gran día que nace el alba triunfante.
Lo es, ahí somos fuerza y cohesión, somos fuerza y cohesión de sentir nacionalista. Lo es, de sentir nacionalista, 20 años de fundación. Hay de países progresistas, ay Dios.
Ante cualquier tempestad, ante cualquier tempestad, elevamos la conciencia. Elevamos la conciencia, tenemos identidad. Con total independencia.
El ALBA es la alianza para los pueblos, fuerza de nuestros gobiernos, en una sola hermandad, latir de la humanidad, soplando los buenos vientos en busca de nuevos tiempos, paz, progreso y unidad. Somos luz de la esperanza, sol de un nuevo amanecer, juntos podemos crecer, el ALBA es nuestra alianza. Somos luz de la esperanza, sol de un nuevo amanecer, juntos podemos crecer, el ALBA es nuestra alianza. El ALBA es la alianza para los pueblos, fuerza de nuestros gobiernos, en una sola hermandad, latir de la humanidad, soplando los buenos vientos en busca de nuevos tiempos, paz, progreso y unidad.
Raíz, tronco, ramas, flores, lo político integral, económico y social, semilla de sus creadores. Raíz, tronco, ramas, flores, lo político integral, económico y social, semillas de sus creadores.
El ALBA es la alianza para los pueblos, fuerza de nuestros gobiernos, en una sola hermandad, latir de la humanidad, soplando los buenos vientos en busca de nuevos tiempos, paz, progreso y unidad. Seguimos haciendo historia, los pueblos comprometidos, y continuamos unidos, luchando por la victoria. Seguimos haciendo historia, los pueblos comprometidos, y continuamos unidos, luchando por la victoria. El ALBA es la alianza para los pueblos, fuerza de nuestros gobiernos, en una sola hermandad, latir de la humanidad, soplando los buenos vientos en busca de nuevos tiempos, paz, progreso y unidad.
Somos luz de la esperanza, sol de un nuevo amanecer, y así lo dijo Fidel, el ALBA es nuestra alianza. Somos luz de la esperanza, sol de un nuevo amanecer, y así lo dijo Fidel, el ALBA es nuestra alianza.
El ALBA es la alianza para los pueblos, fuerza de nuestros gobiernos, en una sola hermandad, latir de la humanidad, soplando los buenos vientos en busca de nuevos tiempos, paz, progreso y unidad. Le, 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 somos el ALBA. Le, 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 somos el ALBA. Ay, le, somos la luz que nos guía, somos la luz que nos guía, somos fuerza y hermandad. Le, 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 le. somos el ALBA. Ay, le, somos fuerza y hermandad con la espiritualidad que tiene la gente mía. Somos el ALBA. Ay, le, son 20 años de andanza, son 20 años de andanza que cuenta su fundación. Somos el ALBA. Y ay, le, que cuenta su fundación, siendo un mismo corazón que late con esperanza. Somos el ALBA. Ay, le, y en la unión está la fuerza, y en la unión está la fuerza, y así lo dijo Simón. Somos el ALBA. Y ay, le, y así lo dijo Simón, por eso la creación del ALBA, qué fortaleza. Somos el ALBA. Y ay, le, y América y el Caribe, América y el Caribe al llamado han acudido. Somos el ALBA. Ay, le, y al llamado han acudido un solo pueblo reunido, una fuerza que prosigue. Somos el ALBA. Ay, Hugo Chávez lo soñó. Somos el ALBA. Y Fidel fue visionario. Somos el ALBA. Al general Sandino. Somos el ALBA. Hombre revolucionario. Somos el ALBA. Un mundo nuevo es posible. Somos el ALBA. Porque juntos avanzamos. Somos el ALBA. Si en la unión está la fuerza. Somos el ALBA. A la unión nos aferramos. Somos el ALBA. Porque somos pueblo libre. Somos el ALBA. Somos libres soberanos. Somos el ALBA. Siempre unidos venceremos. Somos el ALBA. Y eso lo hemos demostrado. Somos el ALBA. Viva, viva Venezuela, somos el ALBA. Viva Cuba, Nicaragua, somos el ALBA. Bolivia y Dominica, somos el ALBA. San Vicente y las Granadinas, somos el ALBA. Que viva Antigua y Barbuda, somos el ALBA. San Cristóbal y Nieves, somos el ALBA. Grenada y Santa Lucía, somos el ALBA. La alianza para los pueblos, somos el ALBA. Somos una gran familia, somos el ALBA. Somos el ALBA.